had senior frontbench positions as Minister for Education and Training, Trade, etc., and Minister for Finance. And in this place, leadership roles across the board: Manager of Government Business, Deputy Leader of the Government, Leader of the Government and Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. Quite a remarkable career. Senator Birmingham's political activism dates back, I think, probably around as far as mine, and we've had a similar, if opposite, sides career, both cutting our political teeth in Adelaide at the uni. We've clearly got different political ideologies. He once confessed to me that he joined the Liberal Party at a time where John Hewson was promoting Fight Back. So clearly we disagree often. But Simon Birmingham is always engaged respectfully. He is always engaged with integrity, and he is always engaged with a clear view for achieving something positive for our country. Senator Birmingham is a thoroughly decent person, and I want to thank him personally for his constructive engagement across the table in this place in these last years, but over the last 17 years. Senator Birmingham has repeatedly demonstrated a commitment to rise above petty personal politics, and you saw that again today. He's shown, to me, a great deal of kindness at times. He may not remember this, but he was actually very kind to me after our 2019 election loss. Our children were both doing Mandarin at the same school, and he saw me outside and was very, very kind to me, and I've never forgotten that, because he could have just said, well, we won or something like that. He's also shown grit. Well, I think he said that. You might, not at all. He's also shown grit. Some might say he's been optimistically valiant in advocating a moderate, informed approach to key debates such as water, environment and climate. And he was a key advocate within his party and the community and this parliament to achieving marriage equality. And with his characteristic humility today, he spoke about his small part. But I was there, and he played more than a small part. I think in politics, you see a lot of people who there's a lot more spin than substance. Well, some might say in this building that's the norm. With Senator Birmingham, there's a lot more substance than spin. And unlike many in this building, he never promotes how good he is or tells people how smart he is. But he is a man of enormous competence and high intellect. I think in politics you learn from the people with whom you work, but you also learn from the people with whom you contest. And I can confess to the chamber that Simon Birmingham is much more patient than Penny Wong. He also is a man who keeps his perspective. I think that is the key to why Senator Birmingham remains calm. He keeps perspective in the moment, and it is one of the reasons he has been such a good leader in this place, and one of the reasons he was such an effective minister. We also have both learned things in the Pacific. We learnt the difference between kava in Vanuatu and sakau in FSM. Oh, Micmac's left. I was really making that joke for him. Oh dear. And I have to say, one of the things I learnt then about Senator Birmingham was this. Despite having partaken much more than he should have, than was advisable of the sakau, which is the kava of FSM, he nevertheless managed to deliver competent, clear speech, coherent speech, albeit very, very slowly. I think, as Senator Birmingham said, serving in this place is an extraordinary privilege. Serving as a minister is an extraordinary privilege. Serving in the cabinet of the country and as leader in this place is the honour of a lifetime. And I salute Senator Birmingham's career as a great contribution to the nation. Few Australians have the capacity and platform to contribute to public debate in the way all of us in here are able. And as Senator Birmingham described today briefly, it also brings great costs, most of all to those who we love. A lot of time away from home, anniversaries, birthdays and celebrations missed. I know, Courtney, Tilly and Amelia, you'll have, I'm sure, are looking forward to having a bit more time with your husband and dad, and I wish you all the best for that. So, on behalf of Labor senators and personally, I congratulate Senator Birmingham on his service in this place. I thank him for his friendship, and I wish him all the very best for what's next.
Just a moment, Senator Cash. I'm going to give myself the privilege of speaking next. Very short. Senator Birmingham, I first saw you as a member when I was a member of the Rudd government. It was my first estimates, and my colleagues warned me and said, watch him. He's clever and quick and has a huge intellect. Since then, most of my interactions with you have been in my role as President. I've found you to be a person of great integrity, trustworthy and honourable. Your contributions have often been sharp and witty. Sadly, in this role, I've never really been able to laugh at them, but I have found them witty. But for me, I've seen you at your best, your absolute best in my view, during condolence speeches, whether it be for the passing of a senator, a national disaster or something on a global scale. I've discovered in those moments that your compassion is deep, that it's heartfelt, and it's obviously and still is very real. May I wish you well and all the best in whatever you do next with your family and your daughters and in your new career. Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator Cash.
And thank you, Madam President. And I too rise on behalf of many Liberal colleagues today who unfortunately due to time will not be able to make a contribution to you, Simon, but on behalf of myself. I will start my speech, and Courtney will understand this, and Simon, you will, but I don't think anybody else in the chamber will. We'll always have the night markets in Taiwan. But as I said, I rise to pay tribute to my friend, colleague and our leader in this place, Simon Birmingham. And I do so, of course, with sadness, but more importantly, Simon, I do so with immense respect and admiration for what you have done and what you have achieved in this place. In fact, you'll recall that we came into this place at around the same time. You arrived here in a casual vacancy in 2007, and I was elected in the 2007 election. And I have to say, it has been a journey for you and I over almost now 18 years. And I think you and I have often remarked to each other, it still feels like quite literally that we arrived yesterday. And yes, you do still look as good as you did back then. You rose from the considered backbench senator you were back then to the top place in this job. And as Senator Wong has articulated, leader of the government in the Senate, what an honour it is to hold that position. I was also reflecting earlier today that it would not have been an easy task to take over as leader of the government in the Senate in 2020 from someone I think we all acknowledge was a formidable predecessor in Matthias Cormann. But very quickly, you brought your own personality and your own style to the role, and you were able very quickly to win the respect of your team. But more than that, and again has been articulated by both the President and Senator Wong, you in fact won the respect of everyone in this place. I have been honoured to serve as your deputy since you took over as our leader. Your collegiate attitude, intelligence and the ability to negotiate successful outcomes, both within our team and within this place has quite frankly been second to none. Unlike myself, I've heard you sometimes described as quietly spoken. But that certainly does not mean that you have had any trouble getting people to listen to you. The intellect, thoughtfulness, decency, but more than that, good humour that you have always brought to the debate in this place will long be remembered. You have, without a doubt, a proud history of service that anyone who has served in this place would be proud themselves to hold. From backbencher to a parliamentary secretary and then on to an assistant minister before becoming the Minister for Education and Training in 2015. You went on to serve as the Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment, and then, of course, a role you discharged so well, the Minister for Finance and Vice President of the Executive Council. As many of us in this place know, and who've had the honour of being a minister, as glamorous as the title may be, it is not easy. You always, however, appeared to be doing it effortlessly, always on top of the issue and of your brief. But I, along with others, know how much hard work, long hours and anguish you, and as you so rightly acknowledged, your team, put in to make it look that way. It is a credit to you, and I, quite frankly, have no idea how you do it, that you are never flustered. It is something I will need to learn from you, seriously. You always remained calm, note to self, and thoughtful, no matter what is thrown at you. And I'm sure that will be one of the great strengths that you take into your new role in the private sector. In your first speech, you said this: "I come to this place looking for us to think big, for at least the next few moments, to lift up above the humdrum, the sledging and the cynicism of day-to-day retail politics, to instead recall what inspired all of us, a desire to make a difference, a positive contribution, one that improves the lives of those living today and those of generations to come. And I think on any analysis, you have continued to strive for all those ideals over your time in the Senate. You have been driven to make a difference and to improve the lives of your fellow Australians, and I think you have succeeded well and truly in doing that. Like all of us in this place, we are senators, and we know ultimately what our role is: to be a fierce advocate for the people of our state. In your case, South Australia. And I certainly know, as we sat around the cabinet table for, in fact, our entire time together, that you would always argue, as you should have, stridently and persuasively for South Australia and for South Australians. You will recall many a time that some of the things you argued in favour of were in direct competition with the interests of Western Australia. But we were always able to agree, to disagree, and remain friends afterwards. And that is why, or that is one of the reasons why you will leave this place today with the best wishes of everyone in the chamber. Simon, for anyone who has served in the parliament, as you said, the greatest thing you can do is to leave at a time of your own choosing and on your own terms. And as we know, for so many, that is a rare thing in politics. But after almost 18 years in this place, you have absolutely earned the right to do that. As you have articulated, the service you have given to your nation, it did come at a cost that each one of us understands, but each one of us is also prepared to bear. But it is our family who bears the greatest costs. And as you said, you've spent large amounts of time away from your home and away from your family. And no doubt Courtney and your daughters Tilly and Amelia will be absolutely delighted to have you home on a slightly more permanent basis. So, Simon, this is it. As you embark on the next chapter in your career and your life, on behalf of all of us, I really do wish you all the very best. I want to thank you for your service to the Liberal Party of Australia, to the Liberal Party of South Australia. You have been a loyal servant to each and have made your mark on this nation. You have a legacy and will be long remembered in this place. Good luck, my friend, with everything ahead of you. You're welcome back to visit us anytime.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I will just give a short contribution because I'm sure Burmo's own colleagues really want to have an opportunity. I just want to say, being a fellow South Australian, what a wonderful time it has been to work in this place alongside Senator Birmingham. From his work on the Murray-Darling to marriage equality, and Penny is absolutely right, the role that Simon played in that debate very early on was pivotal, and I don't think we would have actually got what we needed without Burmo's dedication to that issue. Climate, of course, has always been something that Senator Birmingham has spoken passionately about, and I understand probably more passionately internally than we ever hear on the outside. But I also remember the tussle over the education policy when Senator Birmingham was Education Minister, and we had some interesting conversations at that time. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I think we both wanted to take the Catholics down a notch. The respectful and considered approach that Simon has taken in this role, the integrity, the honesty, the ability to be a straight shooter. When he tells you what it is that's going to happen, what he thinks, it's always, he always follows through. You can take his word with absolute trust that it will be kept. I'll miss our chats, Burmo, as we fly home at the end of the weeks about talking about and debriefing how things have gone. I will appreciate your counsel of how to deal with some of your pesky Nationals friends. And the council often about how to try and manage this place at times when things are really heated and people are very passionate. And as Michaelia said, you've always got a calm about you, and that calm isn't just reflected back in how you behave with your team. I see it reflected back with how we all then engage across the chamber, and I think that that will be sorely missed. You've done a very good job, and I thank you for that. And I will also miss our annual fun on the dance floor at the media ball. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. I rise today to pay tribute to my friend, colleague and Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, Senator Birmingham, or as everybody who actually knows him calls him, Burmo. As Leader of the Nationals, the second party of the coalition in the Senate, I want to express my warmest appreciation to Burmo and my genuine sadness about the prospect of his departure from this place. But I also want to express my admiration for your energy, your enthusiasm, the wisdom in choosing the time of your departure. Not many people get to do that, and that again I think goes to your intellect and your desire to continually want to make a difference for the people. As two people from the opposite ends of the spectrum of the coalition, Burmo's the Liberal end and I'm absolutely on the National Party end of the coalition, we have, as he referenced in his opening remarks, been often at the two sides of the internal debates that have consumed the coalition in our time in politics. When I arrived in 2011, you were almost a veteran of 4 years. You were the Assistant Minister, our Shadow Minister for Environment. And I think one of our first, we sat on the Environment and Comms Committee together, and I had to text Ben Bartlett to see which was the big fight we had, but we did have a couple. One was on the REACH rule, about the ownership of media organisations, and the other was the Murray-Darling Basin. And we have sparred, as you've sparred with many of my colleagues over the years, about that particular issue. But whether it was the vexed position for the Coalition on the Murray-Darling Basin, your dealings as leader to leader have always found you being a man of great honour and principle. Tough conversations have had to be had, leader to leader, requiring an understanding of each other's internal difficulties of having to manage principled, value-driven senators on both of our sides to make sure that our two great political traditions are respected within the functioning of the Senate, because the differences of the coalition are very easily exposed in the detail-driven chamber of the Senate. And so finding ways to get through that together to make sure that every member of our team is able to express their values, to find a solution that allows them to bring their constituents along and to actually respect their role as a senator, I think shows you as a very considered and pragmatic leader. I will miss you as the Coalition campaign spokesperson. Everyone laughs, safe pair of hands. That's not easy to do, particularly in the heat of a campaign. I will really miss that aspect. I also was your education chair during the tumultuous times of the Gonski Review, and am forever bonded to many members of your team, some of whom I had the privilege to employ as my own Chief of Staff and senior advisors in government. But what really drove that, Burmo, as a former teacher, I think, was your desire to get the right outcome for Australian students for the long term. And as difficult as that was, I think we eventually landed. I will miss your humour, your indulgence, which you do indulge, particularly Cashy and I in the leadership group, a lot. That's right, yep. I'll miss your curiosity as we ponder how to solve particular tricky, vexed problems on a day-to-day. You have a real curious, open-minded way to try and solve problems, which I really love. And I will absolutely miss you at Christmas time, when you are always the worst dressed with the best joke. But it has been a great privilege to serve with you in the Senate, in the committees together. You were the senior one. Back then, backbench, you never got to ask a question in Senate estimates, unless the Shadow Assistant Minister indulged you. To serve with you in ministry, in Cabinet, on ERC, and in Prime Minister Morrison's Turnbull and now Peter Dutton's leadership team. And obviously, as Senate leaders, I think a testament to your strength as a minister is shown by Rosemary's attendance here today. That was a very difficult period, not just for government but for our nation through COVID, and you absolutely steered the ship. I think you display the very best qualities of a leader: patience, empathy. You're an amazing communicator, and you're a reformer. You understand that all of us only have this great opportunity for such a short period of time, and we've got to maximise the difference we can make in the roles we have, and you've done it in every single role of your career. So I'm absolutely confident that that commitment to making a difference, positive change, won't change despite you no longer being in this chamber. And I wish you and the family all the very best for the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. Will I rise to make a contribution about my friend and my colleague Simon Birmingham, but as Mac has said, he's just Burmo to us in here. Entering here in 2007, replacing the late Jeannie Ferris, was the start of a 17-year career which has been accomplished, distinguished and significant. 7 of those years as a cabinet minister in a coalition government, and there's no doubt that those 7 years allowed you to make your mark on this country, and you should go and leave this place knowing that you have made a significant contribution to our country. whether that was as an education minister, and I think every education minister wears the scars of having held that role, as the Trade Minister, the Minister for Finance, and of course as the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, but most importantly for us over the last 3 years, holding our team together in opposition as our leader in this place. You've done a phenomenal job. But behind the extensive resume that Burmo brings to this place, there is a man of real character. You're a true moderate. You are absolutely a true moderate and unwavering in your conviction for your beliefs. But moderate he may well be, he's also a team player. And I can remember many occasions, as we all can, whether that have been in leadership, whether it was sitting around the cabinet table, whether it was in the party room, Burmo always put forward his views and his convictions in the strongest possible way. But if he was outnumbered by the majority, he would always accept the majority view, and then he would then go out in front of the cameras and fight the fight that wasn't necessarily the views that he'd been put forward behind closed doors. But because he's such a team player, he would often go and fight the fight that I know inside he wasn't necessarily wanting to fight at all. But as Bridget has said, there was no more obvious a place where the contests were robust in many, many occasions. But the relationship, I think, that is established by a respectful debate about differing opinions can actually lead to some of the greatest relationships that you can ever make in this place. And so there is nothing that I think demonstrates that more so than the relationship you have with the National Party that you have maintained, and how we managed to get to a consensus position once we've had our robust debates behind closed doors. But one of the things I think that everybody will remember Burmo for is he is the safest pair of hands in the media. And although I have to say his confidence has grown and grown and grown in his time in this place, because I do remember a certain press conference when he was first in this place where he failed to actually work out where the exit was, and then had to, after a fiery engagement with the press, found it a little difficult to get out of the room. But the unflappable Burmo we see today was actually forged on the altar of a very embarrassing moment. And you'll note that these days he advances every single one of his media outings. But beyond his talents in this place as being an amazing senator, he has also been an extraordinarily loyal friend to me and a reliable source of advice. In fact, Burmo and his then partner in crime at the time, Sean Edwards, are the very reason that I'm even here today. They managed to con me at a restaurant one night at dinner that they'd really love me to run for a casual vacancy. I wasn't going to win, they said to me. You're not going to win. We just need a really good field of candidates. So I put my hand up, and 12 years later, I'm still here. So clearly that wasn't true. But the reality is that there are many ways that you can judge the character of a person. And one of the ones that I think is a really, really good judge of character is the loyalty of their staff. There is nobody in this place that has staff that have been more loyal to him than Burmo. And I acknowledge Loretta, who's here, a formidable force in her own right, but to Buck and of course to RT and the many others of your staff. Their loyalty to you is a demonstration of your respect and loyalty that you give to them. It works both ways, and so I think that is probably the greatest demonstration of the character of the person that is sitting before us today for the last time. But above all else, Burmo is a family man. And to Courtney, who is a political operative all in your own right, I acknowledge you and the sacrifice that you have made over the last, well, it was not quite 17 years, but all the time that you guys have been together, that Simon has been in this place. I'm not really sure that you've thought this through about having him home full time, but I wish you all the best with that. And to Tilly and Amelia, who have never really known their father to be, well, you've not known your father to be anything else but a person who is in this place. It's going to be a really interesting time for you to have Dad home a bit more often so he can pick you up from school. But to Amelia, I'll never forget your birthday on the 7th of September, because Dad promised me faithfully that he would be my sponsor to bring me into the chamber when I was sworn into this place. And at the very last minute he said, I'm terribly sorry, but you're about to be born. So instead of swearing me in, he went home for your birth. So I think that probably shows that I reckon he might, I reckon he might just be the family man that we all know him to be. To Diana, it's fantastic to see you here. There is always one face that you'll always find in a crowd when Burma's doing anything, and that's yours. The support that you have given to Simon throughout his career is absolutely extraordinary, and I just wanted to acknowledge that as well. So I'm sure that much of your decision today has been on the basis that you have an amazing family and you want to spend more time today. But to us in here, but to me personally, you're not just a considered and steadfast politician. You're a great leader, you're a great orator, you're a deeply rational thinker, but above all else, you're somebody that cares about other people. And the care that you have shown your team since you've been the leader has been extraordinary. We will absolutely miss you. We'll miss your wise counsel. We'll miss your terrible Christmas jokes and your terrible Christmas outfits, as Macca just said. But I think everybody in this place, and certainly on behalf of South Australia, we wish you all the best for whatever it is that you're going to choose to do in the future, because I know whatever it is, they'll be lucky to have you, and we'll sadly miss you.
Yeah. Thanks, Senator Ruston. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to put a few comments on the records too, and I don't want to take time up from other of your colleagues who might want to speak, but I did want to associate myself with the other contributions made already. I think you can hear from the genuineness and some sadness from the contributions to seeing you go, just how highly regarded you are in this Senate and across the chamber more broadly. I thought it was a wonderful valedictory speech with lessons for all of us in there to think about. And the fact that we will all think about it is because we respect your views so much. It's obviously been an incredible career here, but I've learnt through painful reference to Section 44, there is life outside this place, and it's a great life. It's hard when you're in the hustle and bustle of politics to understand that, that there are more normal jobs, at times less demanding and less public and just as rewarding, and that I know from your service to the country that you will keep contributing to the fabric of our nation, I have no doubt. I took over from you as Minister for Finance at the change of government, and I know with the public service, I know Rosemary's here, or she was here earlier. I know they are, never reflect on previous occupants of the job, but it was clear through all of my dealings what a great department in good leadership and in safe hands it had been under your stewardship, and how highly regarded you were by that department. And I was the beneficiary of your hard work in that respect. I think in terms of contributions that you've been made tonight, I associate myself with them. I think the words intelligence, integrity, confidence, you can speak to you in confidence and have that confidence kept, and that isn't always the way, and it's a highly undervalued part of the jobs that we do. And so when you find that with someone, you treasure it. The calmness, and I must say that at different estimates I did try to ruffle that calmness unsuccessfully. I thought, what do you have to do to get under this guy's skin? I never ever got there. Fundamentally, an incredibly decent person, and I think if you can serve 17 years in this place in public life and have all of those characteristics reflected in this chamber, you've done what many others haven't been able to achieve. We won't miss you as campaign spokesperson. We do see the opportunities there, I have to say. But we know that you will be watching the campaign. And I say all these nice things, and I know it won't reflect on you badly now because you're leaving, but you've never given up, you know, that your Liberal cause. You are a fighter and a warrior for that. And, you know, again, to balance that and your ability to be universally liked across this chamber is something that's hard to achieve as well. So I want to, I think your office, our dealings with them, again, are so high. It's one of the, you know, I hear about it all the time in this parliament, that your office, the staff in your office, are highly regarded, and that reflects on your leadership as well. We do have a little thing in my office where if Burmo's on the floor, so am I. So we'll have to, you know, we were always trying to just stay one step ahead of you. So we'll have to change that now to cash alert, I think, subject to those processes. But yes, Simon, I was sad to hear the news, but I completely understand that this is a good decision for you, for Courtney, for Tilly and Amelia. And I wish you all the best. It's been an honour and a privilege to serve alongside you, and I look forward to seeing what you achieve next. Thank you.
Yeah. Senator Waters.
President, look, I won't be very long. In my dealings with you, Senator Birmingham, as leader of our respective parties, just wanted to thank you for your decency. And I'm pretty sure that you won't miss us and possibly this place, but the chamber will be the poorer for your calm expertise and your shrewd operation. I've always appreciated your honesty, your sense of humour and your work ethic, and you've always been professional and courteous to me. I respect how you've conducted yourself in this place, and I think that's a strong compliment for anyone to leave this place. I particularly want to flag the sincerity with which you approach the beginning of the work on Set the Standard in this place and our dealings at that early stage. You were always very clear, very detailed, and you clearly wanted to help fix things, and I respect you for that, and I think that's been really valuable work. So Parliament needs more decent people, and I think your party will be the poorer for losing your leadership, but I wish you and your lovely family all the very best in future.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Hume.
President, I am rising today in 4 capacities, Burmo. The first as a housemate. Now, I think this is the longest running house in the Parliament at this point in time. It's had a fair bit of tenure. I think I'm actually the most recent addition to that house. But everybody from Christopher Pyne, Maurice Payne, Michael Ronaldson, Robert Hill, oh my goodness, the list is going on. But right now, I speak on behalf of James Stevens, Angie Bell and David Coleman to say thank you very much to both you and Loretta, who has just walked out of the room, because she is the silent housemate, I think, that looked after us all. It is always a stress in this place, but coming home to friends, even though you're always the last to get home and always the first to leave in the morning, which speaks to your work ethic, does make a difference to the way we approach the rest of our time here. I also want to acknowledge the word that dare not speak its name, and that is your role as the leader of the Black Hand. The Black Hand obviously is the ultimate secret society here, but it is not just about the parliamentarians, it's also about our staff and our party members that believe, as do you, that the centre of politics is where the real gravitas and responsibility lie. I thank you very much for your leadership that you've shown in that space. As your leader here, not just to colleagues again, but particularly to staff, and I know that we've mentioned your staff before, but it's not just your staff, it is everyone else's staff around the building too. We look to your office for leadership and guidance, and the example that you set in your office is one that we like to replicate in our own. Your team is so loyal, they are extraordinarily high calibre, and they would walk through fire for you, and that's what we all want. Other than that, I wanted to say thank you as a friend. You have been an extraordinary friend in this place, sometimes at a time when friends are hard to come by. So what the future holds for you is so exciting. We couldn't be more pleased for you. What you leave behind is a legacy of service to your country and a nation that has changed because of what you have done here. But what lies behind you and what lies ahead of you pales in comparison to what lies inside you. And a person, and particularly in a profession like this, that where a good heart is just as important as a level head, means so much to us all. So thank you very much for the service that you've shown here to all of us.
Yeah. Thank you. Senator McGrath.
Hi, Courtney. I'm yes. So I'm quite grumpy at the moment for a real change of circumstances there. To begin with, Simon is leaving, and secondly, he has made me cry. And I don't cry, but he's leaving, and I'm very annoyed about that because I've known this guy for over 30 years in the Byzantine world of Liberal student politics. In the Adelaide Conference of 1994, Simon was leader of the moderates, boo hiss. Scott Ryan was there as leader of the Victorians, boo hiss, and I was there as a spear chucker with an unholy alliance between the Queenslanders and the New South Wales people, boo hiss. And it was a brilliant conference because no one got on, but three of us became really good friends. And it was Simon, and it was Scott and myself, and a fourth wheel joined our car, and that was Jamie Briggs in later years. And so with Simon leaving today, it's sort of the last one of that group leaving. So I just want to say to Simon, thank you for being a good friend. Thank you for putting up with my grumpiness, my crankiness, my surliness, the fact that, like Courtney, I actually don't like people, and but deep down I do like Simon, and I love Courtney, and Simon's mum. I don't think I've ever met Simon's mum. So, but Simon also was a flatmate of mine back in Adelaide in the dying days of a previous Liberal administration in the 2000s, and he broke my shaving mug, and I've never forgiven him for that because I hold a grudge. But Simon, I'm so happy you're leaving this mad asylum, and that you are going out into the real world, and you're going to see the sun and the clouds and the birds and just general happiness. So good on you, and one day we will look to joining you in that happy place. But after we throw out Labor at the next election. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. I think we're at the end of the contributions, so I will call the clerk. Yes. Well, actually, I had Senator McGrath on my list. Yes. Prepared as you are. I'll just call the clerk, Senator McGrath, just to start things again.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 15, Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Well, this bill is a disgrace, ladies and gentlemen. This is an attack on every small business in Australia. If you run a small business, if you work in a small business, if you buy from a small business, if you walk past a small business, well, shame on you because you go into the small business and buy off them. But this bill, notwithstanding the fancy title, notwithstanding the nice big words and all the acronyms, this is an attack on every small business in Australia. And this government should be ashamed of itself for this war that it has declared upon small business. And why is small business important? Well, because it employs millions of Australians. Why is small business important? Because from every small business does come a medium business and a large business. And from every small business comes the tax revenue that is so important for the public services that help make this country a great place, but also to make sure that Australians have that quality of life that we should have in such a rich country. But of course, we've got a Labor Party in power who've never seen a business that they don't want to tax into the ground. And this is what this bill actually effectively is about. It is a de facto tax on every small business in Australia, and it is a full-on attack on every small business in Australia. Now, COSBOA, who are one of the great representative bodies of small business, have expressly noted that the Attorney-General's failure to follow best practice and said that the bill, and I quote, leaves the door open to cost confusion and compliance headaches to small businesses, end of quote. Now, why is that important? Because if you run a small business and if you own a small business, guess what? You're the Director of Finance, you're the Director of HR, you're the Director of Maintenance, you're the Director of Operations, you're the Director of Governance, because it's just you running that small business. There is no bureaucracy of people that you see in large businesses, that you actually see in the public sector, to help that person run their business. So when the Rhodes Scholars who sit around the cabinet table of this country, those Mensa Society members that are the Labor Party, come up with ideas like this, they fail to understand actually how small businesses operate, because they have no experience in small businesses, because they come from the unions. Remembering that, like in the UK, we've got the House of Lords, but here in Australia, we've got the House of Union Barons, because every single Labor senator, thank you, Senator Gallagher, for laughing at that one. I've used it before, but like it's a good one, and an old one. They're all union officials, so they don't understand actually what makes small businesses run. And guess what makes small businesses run? It's the A word, aspiration. It's the D word, it's the dream. It's the dream that little business that you have, whether it's a cleaning business, whether it's the corner shop, whether it is someone who cuts keys, that is your income, that is your world, that is how you can feed your family and pay your bills and get on with life. And indeed, one day you might be able to open up another branch of your business. Maybe one day you can get a bigger shop. Maybe one day you can employ someone else. Maybe one day you can grow your business so it earns more money, not because you want to go and live on a super yacht in the Mediterranean, but because you want a quality of life that comes with living in Australia. And that's what small business does for Australians. That's why it's the dream of so many Australians, and that's why this bill is a nightmare for small businesses. That's why this bill has the unintended consequences of once again making small business life tough for those people who want to own a business or run a business or use such a business. Now, the Real Estate Institute of Australia has referred to experiences in New Zealand where real estate agents over there have been slugged with additional costs between $30,000 and $60,000 in exchange for an unquantified public benefit. These aren't just numbers that someone's tippy-tapped into a calculator or put into their iPad. This is real money. This is going to hurt small businesses. And small businesses means it's going to hurt the owners of the small businesses. It's going to hurt Australians. So for the life of me, I do not understand why any political party or any political movement, or particularly any government, wishes to make it tougher for those Australians who run small businesses. Now, the Real Estate Institute of Queensland, in my home state, have also have significant concerns that the legislation is too complex and imposes a disproportionate burden on real estate agents and adds to the transactional costs of buying a house. So what we've got is a weird form of Santa Claus here at the moment. We've got the Prime Minister, who's heading off to the semi-retired Prime Minister, who's heading off to his nice retirement home. He thinks he's Santa Claus because we're going to get all these bills rushed through the Senate today. The Labor Party is sort of like those uni students who leave all their work till the last day and do an all-nighter. And they're going to rush all these bills through, and we're going to have the unintended consequences of the costs on small businesses, but it is also the red tape. So we're going to have a weird form of the Labor Party, think Prime Minister Albanese being Santa Claus, flying around Australia with the reindeers, sprinkling presents, but instead of sprinkling presents, they're sprinkling red tape everywhere on small businesses. Red tape that is actually going to suffocate the small businesses because of the burden it puts on them. So I refer you to my earlier comments. The small business owner is the director of operations. They're the director of governance, the director of finance, they're the director of taking out the rubbish in the mornings. They do everything. They open the door up, they close the door up, and when they go home, they then do more work. So who is going to have to deal with this? It is these small business owners. And guess what? They've got enough on their hands at the moment. They've got a cost of living crisis. Have you seen how much power costs? Like, I was crying before because Simon Birmingham's leaving the building. Well, I sort of told a fib. I actually cried 2 weeks ago because I got my power bill then. If you ever look at your power bill, if you don't cry when you get your power bill, then you are not a human being. Because, quite frankly, they are just exorbitant at the moment because of this Labor government and what they're doing. So we've got these poor small business owners who are trying to earn a buck, trying to employ people, trying to live the great Australian dream, and we've got the Christmas Grinches coming along trying to take it all away from them. But the Law Council of Australia has noted, and I do quote here, that the legal profession is already the most extensively regulated profession in Australia, and dual regulation of legal services remains an ongoing issue for the legal profession, not least because the increases in regulatory costs inevitably put upwards pressure on the cost of legal services. Well, see, I would file that quote under what bears get up into forests and the religion of the Bishop of Rome, because, quite frankly, Sherlock, of course costs are going to go up when governments put more burdens on small businesses. So what are these small businesses going to do? Are they going to be like a charity and go, oh look, I'll take on the burden of this small cost, and it means I won't have as much money to pay for my bills, for the mortgages? And remember, interest rates have gone up 12 times since the Labor Party have come to power. Or insurance has gone up, I think it's 16% since the Labor Party have come to power. What they will do is, they don't want to do this, they will have to pass their costs on to the consumers. So it is the Australians who are going to lose out because of this piece of legislation. It is the Australians who are going to cost more. So in question time over the past few weeks, it is clear that the Secretary-General of the Labor Party has briefed the Labor Cabinet on that there's a cost of living crisis out there and they should be doing something about it. So you're hearing the words cost of living, cost of living, cost of living, almost like one of those country auctions in terms of how many times cost of living has been said. But this is going to make it worse. So we've got the words of the Labor ministers saying, oh, we're going to do something about cost of living, it's terrible, because that they know it all, because Secretary-General of the Labor Party has briefed them on that. And yet we have a bill before us in this chamber which is actually going to is going to increase the cost of living on Australians. So, Merry Christmas, Australia. This is what you're getting from this Labor government. It's not the 12 days of Christmas, it's the 31 bills rammed through this Senate chamber a month before Christmas. Because this is the disrespect that the Labor Party, that the Labor government and their friends in the Greens, by the way, have for the Australian people. And I've said this before. Friends do not let their friends vote the Greens, and friends do not let their enemies preference the Greens, because you end up with legislation like this. So if you think this is bad, Australia, and you're thinking this bill with this very, very, very nice title, this sounds like an eminently sensible bill, Senator McGrath, why are you opposed to it? Well, I'm opposed to it because of the red tape, because of the cost of small business. This is just a foretaste of things to come should Labor and the Greens win the next election. This bill is, and Senator Hughes, it's an amuse-bouche, is that the correct pronunciation? When you go to fancy restaurants and they give you a nice little bits of food, an amuse-bouche. This is what this bill is. It's not even the entree. It is an amuse-bouche in terms of what is coming towards Australians at the moment. It's just a little taster, and it is a bad taster. It is a gagger in terms of how bad the taste of this bill is going to be for the small business owners across the country. Now, next week I'm going to be travelling around Queensland, as is my wont, and I'm going to tell you what the people of Queensland are going to be saying is, why would the Senate do something like this? Why would the Labor Party do something like this? And I'm going to say to them in all my coffee catch-ups and all the pubs I go to, I'm going to say to them, it's because we've got a Labor government who do not understand what actually drives the economy. We've got a Labor government who are so detached from reality. It's not the Canberra bubble, it's the Canberra world that they're in. It's a bad TV series. It's something that you might see on Netflix that was produced by a uni student or something like that. This is how bad this government is. Canberra world. And the mob in Queensland, the people who voted for David Crisafulli on October 26 with that landslide win, they're going to go, what? We've got a government who's going to put more red tape on small business. We've got a government who's going to make small businesses hurt financially. This is some type of joke. But the sad thing is, Acting Deputy President, this is actually not a joke. It is sad. It is sad what this bill means for small businesses across Australia. It is sad what the other legislation that has been rammed through this parliament because of the preference deal between Labor and the Greens, of the impact that is going to have on small businesses. And on this side of the chamber, we will always stand for the small businesses in Australia. We will always stand for those who work in small businesses, whether they're employees or those who run the businesses, or whether they're shareholders, a family trust, or whatever it is, because this is going to hurt small business. And when small business hurts, that means Australia hurts. And when Australia hurts, that means that's just not a good place to be, because government is supposed to help Australians. It's not supposed to punish Australians. And this bill, as Senator Cash has pointed out, punishes hard-working Australians. It punishes small businesses. So regardless of all the nice language in the bill and all the other things that are in the bill, when it is distilled down to the essence, it is a bad bill because it hurts small business. And what we need to see in Australia, what we need is a government, and we need a political movement, that's something that you see with the Liberal National Party coalition, who understand that bills like this are bad for small business. And in fact, what we should be doing is bringing in bills to this place to help small business, not hurt small business, not hinder small business, not punish people who want to get on with their lives. Because a rich small business environment means more taxation revenue. More taxation revenue means we can help pay down Labor's billion dollar debt that they've given to the Australian people. It's going to be $1 trillion debt, Acting Deputy President, under the Labor Party. $1 trillion worth of debt under the Labor Party. We've got the Guinness Book of Records over there in terms of the debt they are giving to the Australian people. It's $1 trillion. It's enough to make Santa Claus blush, and we know that he's not the type of fellow to blush. So I wish everybody Merry Christmas and vote down this bill.
I call Senator Hughes.
Well, thank you for that, Senator McGrath. Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And sorry, Senator Ayres, if you wouldn't mind. It's Christmas, in the spirit of that. You know, the other day I went and bought some red ribbon. Cost me a couple of bucks a roll. I like to wrap my presents in. I've got red and white paper, and I put red ribbon around them, and I've got the lovely red and white tags, and I'm actually a bit, you know, OCD of my lovely Christmas tree, and all the wrapping underneath needs to match and everything looks pretty. I get very upset when everyone turns up with an unexpected present and paper that doesn't match. But little did I know little did I know that the bargain I was getting for $3 a roll for this red ribbon. Because these small businesses across Australia, accounting businesses, real estate businesses, lawyers, none of them are going to get a $3 lot of red ribbon. They're going to get a $33,000 bill of red tape. $33,000 a year. So Merry Christmas from the Albanese government to these small businesses who, you know, at a time where we are seeing the most insolvencies ever of Australian businesses, this government, who, I mean, they have absolutely no clue when it comes to running a business. They genuinely think that somehow their job creation, because they've employed more public servants, is growing the economy. It's not the public service that grows the economy, people. It's small business, it's medium businesses, it's companies that employ people that the economy grows from, not employing people on the public purse. But we know no one over that side, and I vaguely remember, I think Senator Chisholm once had a job outside of a union, but no one else over there has ever had a job in the private sector. They've always worked as union reps, union officials, political staffers, and have absolutely no concept what it is like to run a small business and what costs every small business has when it goes to its accountant. Every business has when it has to deal with its lawyers. And a lot of these small businesses, family businesses, use accountants and lawyers who themselves are running small businesses. So whilst it's the lawyers and the accountants and the real estate agents who are going to see the $33,000 hit to their bottom line directly, this is going to be for the businesses that are actually managed to survive, for those businesses that can actually sustain through this. They are going to have to pass those costs on. So who's going to pay for it? It's going to be the small and family businesses who are the clients of these lawyers and accountants and real estate agents. $33,000. Now, if this wasn't sounding bad enough, and we know today, I mean, this government, now I may get the pronunciation wrong, I think the Macquarie word of the year is enshittification. It's when things keep getting worse. So what enshittification means is situations continue to decline. And this government is subjecting our economy to enshittification every single day because our economy is getting worse every single day. Conditions are enshittifying. I don't know if that's the other use of if I can use that. I may have made up a new word, but you know, these businesses are struggling more and more every single day to keep their doors open, to keep people employed, to keep operating. And so now they're going to be hit with even further costs. But if we're surprised at the 31 bills they've jammed through today, because some of them have been on the books for not only months, years, but they've done no work on them, there's no detail, and they've once again guillotined this place, so there'll be no proper review, unintended consequences, here we come yet again. But in order to get this guillotine, in order for them to be able to ram through this number of bills, it's cost the Australian taxpayer today $500 million. Shame. They have done a dirty deal with their mates up the end of the chamber, $500 million to get them to support a guillotine, to shut down to debate, to stop there being reviews of legislation. Now, I mean, Mr Albanese, the Prime Minister, keeps saying that we're going to an election in May, that he's going to go full term. It's no early election, it's going to be full term. So why do we need 31 bills rammed through today? Exactly. Why do they need to be done today? Tomorrow. We're back in February. Tomorrow. We could come back tomorrow. We could have some process. You know what? We could hang out all weekend. Oh, what a great time that'd be. Love it. But, you know, we're back in February. We don't need to ram these through if there's not going to be an early election. So Mr Albanese needs to come clean. Is he putting at risk the Australian people by ramming through these 31 pieces of legislation like they have on so many other pieces of legislation because they are in total shambles and chaos, that they never have time for a proper committee process, they never have time for proper review. This government that was going to be so transparent, that was going to be about integrity and openness, have been the most opaque government I think we've ever seen. It is unbelievable the way that they're behaving. And so this bill that we're now debating, no one's saying we want money laundering. No, no one's saying that. Just because you come up with a sexy name that sounds like this is the problem you're solving. It was actually under the Howard years that movements were first made and things were introduced. The AML-CTF was actually introduced in the Howard years. It was a Howard government initiative, and it came about after September 11, in particular reference to money funneling into terror organisations. So the coalition has a very strong record on this area. But what we don't have a strong record on, and a record we never ever want, and it's one I don't think anyone could ever match, is the volume of red tape that this government is continuing to layer on business, small and family businesses, constantly being bombarded. It doesn't matter whether it's all of a sudden climate reporting, how many cows you've got and how many times that cow broke wind in a paddock. You've got to account for that now. And when you've got to go to the accountant, it's going to cost you more because they've now got to find an extra $33,000 a year to pay their red tape burden. So this is a government who is clearly hell-bent on destroying business, on destroying jobs, on destroying the Australian way of life, the aspiration, the dreams that Australians have about owning their own business, working for themselves. But I can tell you as someone who's run a small family business that the work doesn't stop when the shop closes. We didn't have a shop, we had an agricultural contracting business, but I can tell you it was 24/7. Whether it was working on the accounts, whether it was chasing up clients, whether it was sorting out maintenance and repairs, whether it was moving around the state to where the different work was being done at different times of the harvest. It was 24/7, it doesn't stop. But that's what having your own business is. And it's unfortunate that no one in the government has that experience because they may not bring forward this ridiculous sort of legislation that will destroy businesses, that will destroy jobs, that will push further costs onto other small businesses who are utilising their services. It's not only double dipping, it's triple dipping when you go through all the different agencies and organisations who are going to have to do these checks. It's just insanity, absolute and utter insanity. But it's not only insane. It's not only insane, it's potentially unconstitutional. And I know Senator Payman got very upset when Senator Hanson suggested she should refer herself to the High Court, something I fully support Senator Hanson on, having been through the High Court myself, and the number of people in here that were subjected to Section 44. But we could be also back to the High Court with this, because the Law Council of Australia and the Australian Bar Association have both said that this legislation puts at risk the relationship between a lawyer and a client. It means that a lawyer may have to refer on their client and report on their client without even letting the client know. I mean, a fundamental tenet of legal representation and legal advice is the confidentiality between a lawyer and their client. And the fact that this bill would impose a burden on those lawyers to potentially report clients outside of that relationship means that it could be unconstitutional. So we could put these businesses all through this, all the cost of in putting this legislation in place, all the imposts. Now, we don't have any funding going to businesses, there's no support going to businesses with regards to software updates, helping them manage this process. There's no support there. It was only the other day, I don't know if it was you, Senator Reynolds, mentioned to me the expenditure on updating of one of the department's software was hundreds of millions of dollars. Yes. Hundreds of millions of dollars to set up, but there's no assistance for small businesses and family businesses that are going to. 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. These guys just throw around B's and M's, doesn't matter. B's and M's, doesn't matter. And it won't work. Well, we see what the NDIS, well, God, you know, we see how well they do there. It's just outstanding. But there's no assistance to businesses to put to update their IT systems, but they could have that expense, set up IT systems, work towards it, know they've got $33,000 a year, just to end up in the High Court. And guess who'll be paying for that? You lot at home. Every taxpayer in the country, because the government will, of course, fund a defence, trying to say it is constitutional. So this is just insanity, but this is a prime example of what this place is for. This place is to review legislation. This place is making sure that there aren't unintended consequences, that it's reviewed properly by stakeholders that understand the nuance of these particular industries, that understands the legality around these issues, that can give advice to senators so they can amend legislation as required, or even as we saw this week, the government withdrew its own legislation, pulled it off the notice paper because it was such a bad bill that they managed to unify everybody in Australia against that. I mean, seriously, that is a big ask, unifying the entire country on how bad a bill was. You know, thankfully, we can all have a conversation out in the hallways of Parliament House now to each other without worrying about some bureaucrat coming and hauling us off to jail because they don't agree with our opinion. But thankfully they withdrew that. But they won't withdraw this. They're not withdrawing so much the other stuff. They're not putting it to committees. They're not putting it through a review process. They're not allowing the time for the Senate to actually debate this, review this, inquire into it, hear from stakeholders and make sure that any unintended consequences can be revoked. And it is just everywhere. It is just mind-blowing, and I think Australians are really starting to see what this government is like, how incapable they are, how incompetent they are, how they clearly live in a different world from the rest of us when they stand in here answering questions. You know, if you listen to them, Australians, what are you talking about? You've never had it so good. They're doing such a great job. Such a great job. And they've got these fabulous talking points. My personal favourite is every time they chirp out cheaper childcare when you actually see every study childcare costs have gone up because, you know, yet again they've stuffed up the way they've done the payments, so everyone's just put their fees up. So parents are actually more out of pocket than they were beforehand. But you know, they clearly live in a different world to the rest of us because Australians are doing it tough. Australians are struggling to put groceries on the table. Australians are coming into this Christmas season not filled with joy, not filled with hope. They're filled with dread. They don't know how they're going to afford to put those presents that if my house would be wrapped in beautiful red and white paper with a lovely red bow, beautiful red ribbon, but they don't know how they're going to put them under the tree. They don't know how they're going to buy those gifts. They don't know how they're going to have a Christmas holiday. They don't know what they're going to do because they are finding it harder and harder to put groceries on the table, harder and harder to pay their power bill. $275. Remember that was supposed to come off the power bill, and everyone's power bill's gone up about $1,000 instead. You know, when you tell people 97 times you're going to reduce their bills, I mean, the very least they expect is they're not going to quadruple. But that's what they've seen under this government and its complete incompetence. Yet they will stand in here and say, everything's great, they've done a great job. Cost of living measures. Cost of living measures have done nothing but make the situation worse. And this is another example of a bill that is going to completely destroy small and family business and everyone else who relies on them.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Chair. I too rise to speak on this unbelievably bad legislation, unbelievably bad even for those opposite. And so, first of all, let me start by saying this. The Coalition supports efforts to combat money laundering.
We always have, and we always will. I know this because I was Chief of Staff to the Minister for Justice and Customs during September 11 and after. And we learnt the lesson again of what the dangers and the evil of terrorism financing and also of serious and organised crime, and how they use money laundering and the proceeds of crime to commit even more heinous crime and terrorist activities. But what I also learnt during that time is what good governance and government looks like. And that was during the course of many years working as a staffer in many different roles during the Howard government. And it was there that I learnt the importance of this place, working for a senator, working for a minister, and really getting to see what good governance and good legislative processes are like. And they work the best when those in this place are allowed to do our jobs. And our jobs are to conduct inquiries into legislation. They are to listen to people, to stakeholders who have points of view on the technical aspects of the bill, on the unintended consequences of the bill, and also just with other great suggestions that the drafters or the minister's offices didn't really think about at the time. And to do that in this place, we do need time. We need time for people to make submissions, for the Senate committee to contemplate those submissions and to make recommendations to improve the bill. Preferably through recommendations back to the Minister's office, so the bill is redrafted to adopt as much of those recommendations or as many of those recommendations that that side of politics in government of the day can accept. And then the rest to be played out in the best traditions of this place in the committee stage of the bill. Now, that is what I learnt working in the Howard government as a staffer, and then again in this place since 2014, mostly in government. And again, I got to see respect for this place, respect for the process, respect for ensuring that bills have scrutiny, have a lot of scrutiny. We didn't do non-disclosure agreements for parties who were in the in-club and got to have exposure to government legislation of all types. We didn't compress legislation to the point that we're, the ridiculousness that we've got today or that we've seen in recent times. We didn't make the Senate, we didn't make Senate commitments fight hard to have any hearings and inquiries into legislation. And the shame of it is that those opposite have demonstrated time and time again that what do they care about? They care about politics, about power, about being in government, and about trade union ideology. They do not care. I cannot think of a single bill that they have treated with respect. They've had 2.5 years, and we had the minister this morning in that farce of going backwards and forwards about how we were going to guillotine these bills today to ensure there was not enough scrutiny. The minister herself said, well, some of these bills go back to 2023. Well, why the heck did you not bring those bills forward in 2023? Why, as a government, didn't you have more sitting days this year? We could have sat tomorrow. We would have sat all weekend. We would have come back next week so that we could ensure that these bills were as good as the limited time allowed us to do. But those opposite did not. And they were complicit in that by dirty deals with the crossbench. We know some of them now of what those dirty deals that were done today were after their first failure to get the guillotine through. But we're still waiting to hear what those other pieces of silver were to get to ram through these bills in this chamber.
Now, in relation to this bill, as I've said, those on this side of the chamber, particularly since September 11, know what the importance of anti-money laundering, anti-terrorism financing, of FATF, of proceeds of crime legislation are. But we also know it is important to get them right, because wherever there are opportunities and wherever there are new opportunities to move money around, as terrorists and criminals need to do, they will always find new and innovative ways to do that, so that they can receive these proceeds and use them either for personal gain, for terrorism, for slavery, for exploitation, for all of the many ills that these people have no qualms about doing. But one of the most important things, as we in government kept refining this legislation, is we always engage the Senate. And I will recall the great advice we got from Legal and Constitutional at the time, 2002, 2003, 4, 5 and 6, under the great stewardship and chairmanship of Senator Maurice Payne at the time. It was considered, it was knowledgeable, and it improved these series of bills: proceeds of crime, anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing legislation. But those opposite have let this nation down, because poor legislation leaves gaps that criminals and terrorists looking to finance their activities will drive a truck through. And the classic example of that is what this government is now seeking to do. Instead of making sure that we have closed every single loophole that we can on a risk-based process, risk-based to ensure that those who are most likely to launder money and launder significant money for criminals, for terrorists, they are not local lawyers, they are not local accountants, they are not local real estate agents. They are organisations like the Gold Corporation in WA. Now, this government knew what Gold Corporation was doing in Western Australia, under the nose and possibly the tacit approval of the then Premier Mark McGowan. But instead of going after organisations like Gold Corp that introduced new products, did dodgy deals with banks that were known to be havens for narco-terrorists and also for people traffickers, for gun runners. They had products, and this government has done nothing. If anybody wants to go and have a look, you can see the report, the federal Parliament's, the Senate's report on the Gold Corporation in WA. AUSTRAC put an enforceable undertaking on them, which had a liability for billions of dollars for the West Australian taxpayer, because they were so bad. But instead of going after things like that, that are abused by serious and organised crime and terrorists, those opposite are putting a $14 billion impost on the mums and dads who run local real estate agents, the local lawyers, the local accountants. The ineptitude of those opposite know no bounds. And we've come to expect this from this Attorney-General, this sloppy approach to legislation, to law enforcement and to anti-terrorism and counter-terrorism financing activities. So what I would do is I'd challenge those opposite. Where is your response to the Perth Mint inquiry? Where is your response to the reasons that AUSTRAC took an enforceable undertaking against the Perth Mint? Absolute crickets. And that is what you should be focusing on, and that is genuine risk-based legislation and deterrence, not going after mum and dads in the local accountants and the local legal offices.
So what were some of the things that you've overlooked with Perth Mint alone? It ventured into gold ETFs, cryptocurrency coins, dealings with the Bank of Cyprus, the Euro-Pacific Bank, and even to bikies. And yet, what are you doing? You're going after the mums and dads who run small businesses, and you're putting a $14 billion, that's not us making it up, it is your own figures. It is your own figures saying, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. We've already put up your cost of living. We've already put up the cost of doing business. We've already put up the cost of your staff wages. We've put up the cost of your home loan, your business loans. And guess what? Every single one of your small businesses now are going to have to pay another $30,000 to $33,000 a year. So instead of going after Goldcorp, instead of going after those who really represent the major risks in this country, you're giving mums and dads who are struggling in their businesses another impost.
Senator Reynolds, could I just remind you to address your remarks through the chair?
Yes, President. So let's have a look at what other businesses have said. So the Real Estate Institute of Australia refers to experiences overseas. So even if those opposite and the Attorney-General thinks, well, slugging mums and dad businesses in the local suburban shopping centres, $33,000 a year in new compliance costs might be a good idea here. Don't you think it would have been a good idea to check with the overseas experience in this? But no. The Real Estate Institute of Australia referred to recent experiences in New Zealand, where businesses have been slugged about the same cost, an extra $30,000 a year, and some up to $60,000 a year in implementation costs, in exchange for what? The government haven't identified what the benefit will be. The government hasn't identified that Mr Smith, the local lawyer in the local suburban business area, well, what's his risk? What is the benefit to him? What is the benefit to the community? There is none. So what they've said in New Zealand is that it doesn't work. There are no realisable benefits in terms of preventing money laundering and terrorism financing. So the Queensland Law Society highlighted some interesting overseas references to cost and impacts. So what they reported on is that these regulations that this government is implementing are so complicated that only 18 to 50% of entities will be able to fully comply with them anyway. So poor Mr Smith, who's trying to make his local accounting company work with all the other costs, will only be able to comply with 18 to 50% of the paperwork, despite spending the equivalent of 75%, this is in the UK now, of the annual UK defence budget on a futile attempt to do so. So in the UK, they tried this and they failed because it is too complicated, it is not risk-based, and it will further cripple businesses. So in the UK, the experience was also this, that despite the tens of thousands of hours spent in law firms on compliance, so all of these companies doing all of this extra compliance, only 0.29% of suspicious activity reports came from the UK legal profession. For all of that effort, for all of that crippling cost, there was almost zero extra reports, suspicious activity reports. So that was for lawyers. Now, in the UK also, in 2019-2020, 64% of UK law firms audited were found to be partially or fully non-compliant because they simply could not achieve what those opposite are now seeking to do on our own small businesses. So Merry Christmas to small businesses here in Australia, $30,000 extra for no net benefit to this country and not stopping a single crime.
Expired. Senator Sharma, are you seeking the call?
Thank you, Acting President. This is another attack by the Albanese Labor government on small business, this piece of legislation, Acting President. It's the only way you can describe it, the Anti-Money Laundering Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill. This is at a time when small business is already struggling. We heard in the chamber here earlier this week that the insolvency rate is now 5.04%. That is 1 in 20 businesses in Australia are failing in a given year. That's a rate that's 25% higher than prior to the pandemic. We've heard from the Organisation of Small Business Associations, the umbrella group, COSBOA, that small businesses are under colossal pressure. They're complaining, rightly so, about increasing costs in energy, about increasing costs of insurance, about higher interest rates, complex industrial relations changes, declining household disposable income, and now this, a growing regulatory burden, because the Attorney-General's Department, in its own analysis of this bill, assesses the regulatory burden, the compliance costs of this piece of legislation to be $13.9 billion over the next 10 years, which works out to $33,000 per year per small business with a turnover of up to $2 million in compliance costs. And the firms that are going to be hit by this are accountants, small law firms, real estate agents, some of the small businesses that collectively together employ over 5 million Australians, but also form the lifeblood of many communities, the heart of many small towns, cities, suburban shopping centres. The impact of this bill is quite colossal, and especially for the benefits, which are unclear and in many respects specious. There will be, on the department's own estimates, $84 million in extra costs for the financial services sector, $99 million in extra costs for the gambling services sector, $136 million in total in extra costs for bullion traders, digital currency exchanges, remitters and gemstone dealers, $1.36 billion in extra costs for providers of trust and company services, an extra $2.8 billion in costs for legal service providers. That includes small sole practitioners and small law firms, an extra $3.6 billion in costs for accountants, and an extra, staggeringly, an extra $5.9 billion in costs for the real estate sector. This is a colossal impost to be putting on small business at a time when the economy is weak, when small business is already struggling with the burdens of complexity in industrial relations, higher input prices and weak consumer demand. Now, the purpose of anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing legislation is sound, and fundamentally the regime that we are talking about amending today is and was a response to the September the 11th terrorist attacks of 2001. It was a Howard government initiative which has its roots in the international cooperative efforts to stem the flow of terrorist financing after the wake of that al-Qaeda terrorist attack. And in every term of government, coalition government since those attacks, we've worked to improve our anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing architecture to make sure that we crack down on areas where this sort of financing, or loopholes where this sort of financing can still be accessed and where loopholes can be exploited. So it was the coalition government in 2002 that criminalised terrorist financing as part of the criminal code and then moved money laundering offences into the criminal code. It was the coalition government in 2006 that introduced and passed the AML-CTF Act, conferring AUSTRAC, the regulatory agency, with the significant and far-reaching powers that it enjoys today. It was the coalition government in 2015 that led Australia through our last mutual evaluation process. And it was the coalition government that last upgraded this particular piece of legislation in 2017 to implement the first suite of changes from that process, from the mutual evaluation process. But here, Acting President, the case for urgency is not made, and the poor process that has underpinned the consideration of this legislation needs to be revisited. The committee process was truncated, it was abbreviated. The Senate has not had time to properly consider the implications of these changes or to consult with stakeholders. These bills that have been introduced and are now being requested to be passed as a matter of urgency, but the bill deals with matters which have been the subject of discussion for some time, and it's hard to make the case that in this last sitting day of this last sitting fortnight of this year that these bills should be making the guillotine. Given the size of the imposition that is being proposed here and the significant compliance burden, uncertainty and impact it will have on many small businesses across Australia, you would have thought that a higher degree of consultation and stakeholder management was warranted, but we have not had that in this case. The stakeholder reactions we have heard, though, have been uniformly negative. COSBOA, the organisation I mentioned before that represents small business and has said that small business is under colossal pressure, said that the Attorney-General's failure to follow best practice leaves the door open to cost confusion and compliance headaches to small business. The Real Estate Institute of Australia, whose members will be significantly impacted by this change, referred to the experience in New Zealand, where real estate agents have been hit with additional costs between $30,000 and $60,000 in exchange for a public benefit that is diffuse at best and unquantified at worst. The Real Estate Institute of Queensland have significant concerns that they have expressed that the legislation is too complex and imposes a disproportionate burden on real estate agents and ultimately will add to the transaction costs of buying and selling a property. The Law Council of Australia, the peak law body of Australia, noted that the legal profession is already the most extensively regulated profession in Australia, and dual regulation of legal services remains an ongoing issue for the legal profession, not least because the increases in regulatory costs inevitably put upward pressure on the cost of legal services. Now, this will be an impost on small business, but ultimately who is going to pay? It will be the consumer of those services. It will be the family who are buying or selling a house. It will be the person who needs legal advice to deal with a civil matter, a commercial matter, a challenged will, a negligence case, whatever it might be. Ultimately, these costs are going to be passed on to them. And small firms in particular are likely to bear the brunt of this because these are the ones that do not have large compliance departments that usually have the sole proprietor or the owner or the family that owns them doing the books, doing the accounting, doing the compliance and whatnot. They are likely to really feel the impost of this, and many of these small businesses, often owned by people who are at or approaching retirement age, like in the accounting professions, like in the legal services professions, are quite likely to think that this is all becoming too hard. Now, in terms of the impact of this and how to assess it, we have seen, and the government has argued, that this impost on businesses is necessary to avoid the risk of grey listing. Now, grey listing is a term which means enhanced monitoring and scrutiny by the Financial Action Task Force, or the FATF, the international body that monitors money laundering and terrorism financing standards. And FATF, as it's known, puts a country under enhanced monitoring where it considers there are strategic deficiencies in its money laundering and terrorist financing framework. Grey listing is a serious concern, and Australia should take it seriously. I certainly take it seriously. But the government has not made the case for the risk, the imminence, the likelihood of grey listing. The government asserts that grey listing may be the outcome if we don't regulate tranche 2 entities. There's entities that are being proposed to be regulated under this bill. But how do we assess the risk of Australia being grey listed? Well, the government has been clear in its own analysis that the likelihood of being grey listed cannot be determined on the available evidence. So they have no idea about the likelihood. And if grey listing happens, there are a whole number of different scenarios the government looked at, and that's provided it happens, the risk of it happening. They assess the cost of those different scenarios ranging from between $560 million, $500 million, upwards to $10.7 billion. So a spread of $10 billion in variation if grey listing happens at all. But we know the costs of this regulatory burden are going to be at least $14 billion. That's been assessed. Whereas the risks of grey listing are unknown, and the cost to us of grey listing is significantly less than the regulatory burden that's likely to be imposed. When you've got a situation like this where the costs of regulation are clear and will be concentrated, I wish I could understand the joke, Senator S. Would you be happy to bring me into it later?
Interjections are disorderly.
Thank
Continue
you.
with your remarks, Senator Sharma.
Sorry, Chair. I just didn't want to miss out on whatever the humour was. When you've got a situation where the costs of this new set of regulations are quite clear and they are quite concentrated, and they will hit small business especially hard. But the harm, if you like, that this bill is intending to prevent is unclear, unquantified, and even on the best estimate significantly less than the cost that will be imposed. You would think this would be a time to pause. And as I said, this is especially the case when small business faces the toughest environment it has in several decades. We've got small businesses reeling under the costs of higher energy, up 20% under this government, electricity and gas, reeling under the costs of higher insurance because of inflation pushing up the costs of inputs, higher interest rates, 12 successive rate rises, 4 percentage points higher, complex industrial relations changes, some 700-odd pages added to the Fair Work Act, difficult definitions for small businesses to interpret and manage around casual employees and the right to disconnect, and declining household disposable income, meaning consumers have less to spend on many small business services. We've seen, as we've heard again in the chamber this week, household disposable income in Australia has been the worst performer amongst any OECD or advanced economy since the end of the pandemic. From the first quarter of 2022 till now, household disposable income is down by about 8%. So if you're an average full-time earner on about $95,000 a year, you're taking home around $8,000 less in pay, which means you have $8,000 less to spend. And small businesses are feeling that. That is why we are seeing insolvency rates so high, 5% across the small business sector, as high as 8% in the hospitality sector, close to 6% in the construction sector, and COSBOA, the organisation of small businesses, has foreshadowed that those insolvency rates are likely to rise higher. So why at this time, when there is no urgency for action, when the costs of this piece of legislation are so large, when they're so concentrated, when it's small business that will be disproportionately impacted and feel the pinch of this, when it's accounting practices, small law firms, real estate agents that will be hit, when many of them are already grappling with complex industrial relations changes, when accountants, for instance, are only just avoided having a whole new set of requirements imposed upon them, which would have added to the regulatory burden and which many on the coalition side fought against. When all this is happening, small business is facing a perfect storm in many respects. Why are we rushing this piece of legislation through when the case is not well made? Why are we putting this impost on small businesses, which will ultimately feed through to their employees and the families they support and the communities they support and the sports teams they sponsor and the community organisations they invest in? Why are we doing that when the case for these changes has not been well made? I think the stakeholder reaction from not only from industry groups, of course they would speak out, you'd expect them to, but from groups like COSBOA, that looks after small businesses across the country, the Real Estate Institute, when you can look at overseas experience in New Zealand, when you hear from the Law Council of Australia urging that this piece of this amendment to this legislation should be better designed, should have better consultation, should take into account the impost that it's likely to have, and should provide them with some guidance about how they are potentially meant to meet these massive costs of compliance. This is, Deputy President, at the worst possible time, another attack on small business by the Albanese Labor government, at a time when the economy is reeling, when small business is suffering, when households, many of whom are small business owners, are under pressure, when businesses in the hospitality are failing at a rate of about 1 in 12, when businesses in the construction sector are failing at the rate of about 1 in 16, when things are getting worse. Why are we rushing this piece of legislation through, imposing this impost upon them and making their lives, and that of many Australians, so much harder?
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I will echo a lot of the comments of my colleague Senator Sharma there, because he was right. Why are we rushing this through? I mean, I thought the priorities of the Albanese government this week were a social media ban and electoral reform, but we haven't got those. Instead, we've got this poorly drafted, ill-considered anti-money laundering bill that has zero stakeholder support. It is just beggars belief that we're here. And in typical Labor fashion, we've got a bill that is so poorly drafted and that is high-level legislative rules that will require regulations that have not been drafted yet. So how can anyone be confident that the implementation will actually work? In fact, they can't be, because the Attorney-General's Department is actually on the record noting that there is a lack of evidence in the context of the likely impact of these reforms and what it will have on the amount of money laundered in any year. So if the Attorney-General's Department isn't even confident that these reforms will have an impact, what are we doing? Why aren't we taking the time to sit down with stakeholders, have the conversations, get the feedback, draft some regulations, understand how they will actually land on the ground, and then come back? Because as Senator Sharma rightly said, the Coalition is not against anti-money laundering laws or counter-terrorism financing. In fact, it was the Coalition that actually started this process following September 11. It was the Coalition that introduced the first tranche of the anti-money laundering counter-terrorism financing legislation in 2006. It was the Coalition that instigated a review of the AML-CTF Act in 2017. It was the Coalition that, after that sensible, considered, constructive review, put through the first amendments to this Act. And those amendments included civil penalties, with hundreds of millions of dollars imposed on Westpac, Commonwealth Bank and the Crown and Melbourne and Crown Perth. So the Coalition is clearly in favour of strong, robust anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing laws. What we're not in favour of is rushed and ill-conceived amendments that will, by and large, have a disproportionate impact on the suburbs and the regions and small business. And the regulatory costs of these proposed reforms alone will force many small businesses to close, and it will overwhelmingly happen in outside metropolitan areas. Because it has been estimated that the cost for a small business with turnover of up to $2 million will impose an additional cost to the business of over $33,000 per annum. $33,000. That is a staffer they can't employ, or bills they can't pay. That $33 million, it is now estimated, will impose a $13.9 billion cost on businesses over 10 years. $13.9 billion in regulatory costs. That is not productivity. In this cost of living crisis, with the pressures on inflation, you are putting additional costs on small businesses that will not deliver an ounce of increased productivity. And people wonder why we can't get away from this sticky inflation. It is because this government doesn't understand what productivity is, doesn't understand that their policies and their policy implementations that cost businesses, like their IR policies, that cost businesses and actually mean businesses are paying for things that hamper their productivity, is why we cannot shake the sticky inflation. And at the end of the day, what are the businesses that will pay these costs? Well, it's the accountants, my financial advisor, my accountant, it's my real estate agents, it's the real estate agents who manage sales and rentals, Albo's real estate agent, the Prime Minister's real estate agent, will have to pay these costs. Not at all. It is the country town lawyers who run small practices. Most country town lawyers, they're sole traders. They run small practices in rural and regional Australia. These are the sorts of businesses that will be paying the bill, paying the price for this reform, and I use that term loosely, these amendments that has zero support. Because while every stakeholder absolutely supports efforts to combat money laundering, we've got the Law Council, we've got the Real Estate Institute, we've got COSBOA and others who are now all on the public record criticising this bill. COSBOA expressly noted that comments that I made before about the Attorney General's failure to follow best practice. They noted the Attorney General's failure to follow best practice by releasing an exposure draft. And they said the bill, as it stands, leaves the door open to costs, confusion and compliance headaches for small businesses. And yet again, the failure for adequate consultation is why we have another bill before this chamber that is not fit for purpose. There is a reason why we consult on important reforms and legislation. There is a reason why we use exposure drafts. There is a reason why we shouldn't be using non-disclosure agreements, but that's clearly this government's preferred practice. There are also concerns about the constitutionality of this bill. The former Justice of the High Court, Geoffrey Nettle KC, has said the bill is potentially unconstitutional in relation to barristers. And similar concerns have been raised in relation to solicitors. The concern is that essentially lawyers may be forced to report on their clients, but will not be able to tell their clients or even the court what they've done. Well, I thought we had lawyer-client confidentiality. So, another example of a poor bill drafted after poor consultation without getting adequate feedback. But, I mean, I guess the Attorney-General just thinks that small businesses, lawyers, solicitors are all aiding and abetting drug traffickers and cyber criminals. When the Real Estate Institute of Australia had a look, they referred to the experiences in New Zealand, where businesses have been slugged between $30,000 and $60,000 each in implementation costs in exchange for an unquantified public benefit. But maybe the Attorney-General thinks the Real Estate Institute also stands with terrorists and money launderers. So, clearly, this bill is a mess. This bill needs an awful lot more work. We did send it to a committee. The committee did review it, and the report and the views that were flushed out through that process helped firm up our position that this bill should not be supported in its current form. As I said from the outset, we are very much in support of strong anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing laws. We are the fathers of it. But that is no excuse to rush through a bill that has so many concerns, so many stakeholders worried about the actual impact, and that, I'm going to say it again, $13.9 billion cost to business without a single improvement in productivity. I would have thought after 2.5 years in government that the Albanese government would have learnt how to draft bills and how to have proper consultation and how to be able to get consensus, particularly on an issue such as this that should have bipartisan support. But the fact that we've got this error-laden bill that has legal and constitutional questions over it, that has the potential to cost small business an exorbitant amount of money, that has small businesses, even the Queensland Law Society has spoken out against this bill. And looking at other examples of what's happened overseas and compared that to what we've got before us. So Labor should actually be a bit embarrassed by the process that it's undertaken and by where we are today. And again, I ask the question, why are we talking about this bill? I thought you had other priorities this week, but you know, we are about to end this year's of Parliament. We're about to go on the Christmas recess, and I hope everyone has a very safe festive season as they go on their merry ways and celebrate whatever festivals they want to celebrate. And to think that this is the last bill that we are going to be properly debating, thanks to the guillotine motion, we can't have proper debate over a lot of the other bills that we'll be addressing tonight. This is the last bill we'll be properly debating when there were other such important priorities that Labor wanted us to be talking about. Clearly not. It just goes to show that this Labor government is disorganised, so disorganised they can't even get a bill drafted in a way that lands that people are confident about. We've got a shambolic government that is not focused, has been distracted, was distracted for the first 2 years of government by the Voice, and that that's why they haven't yet learnt how to have proper consultation. They should have learnt from the voice. Talk to the grassroots. Talk to the people who will be impacted the most and actually listen. And then give clear, concise drafting instructions. Think about the regulations and how they will be rolled out and how they will be impacted. Get it right. Get it right, and you might get support. But as it stands, we cannot support this bill. There are too many flaws in it. So I urge the Senate to vote against it. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's been a day of highs and lows, I have to say, and it's very good to have the last remaining 2 and a bit minutes to reflect upon this debate, which after some very strong contributions earlier this afternoon has really had the coalition ending the week with not a bang but really a whimper. It's been like a sort of open mic session at a Trotskyite funeral the last hour and a half that I've been in here. Senator Shoebridge might have been to a few of those Trotskyite weddings or funeral events, but maybe no others of us have. But it was very reminiscent of that. I think it is good to see some members of the coalition following Senator McGrath's injunction to be early adopters of AI, because it's hard to understand some of the contributions without that. What we've seen from the coalition this afternoon is the anti-money laundering proposition. The anti-money laundering proposition. The people who this piece of legislation will hurt are bikies, drug traffickers, arms smugglers, terrorists, sex traffickers, dark web crypto criminals, funders of Russian and North Korean bot factories. Who does money laundering really hurt in the end? It hurts ordinary Australians. It hurts small businesses. It hurts families. And the extravagant claims that have been made by the coalition in this place about the impact of regulation in this area cannot be believed. Cannot be believed. But I just say this, that the idea, as Senator Sharma, who was, I think, auditioning for a new role this afternoon after we heard the unhappy news of Senator Birmingham's retirement, that grey listing for Australia's economy would somehow be a preferential outcome than dealing with money laundering is an utterly scandalous position. And it shows how reckless and how arrogant Peter Dutton's coalition really is. The consequences
Thank you, Senator Ayres. It's time. Senators, pursuant to order agreed to earlier today, the time for consideration of various bills has expired. After I put the question before the chair on the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024, I will then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bills. The question is that the bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Act 2006 and repeal the Financial Transactions Reports Act 1988 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with the amendment circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny Bills Committee and the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee.
Thank you, Minister Wong.
If I may. In addition, I table a supplementary EM relating to the government's amendments to be moved to this bill.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the government amendments on sheet ZB 355 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that government amendments on sheet ZB 355 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that amendments on sheet 3204 circulated by the Australian Greens be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3204 circulated by the Australian Greens be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network. The question is that amendments on sheet 3066 circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that amendment on sheet 3066 circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Dr. Dawes. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Act 2006 and repeal the Financial Transaction Reports Act 1988 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill of 2024. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the Sydney Airport Demand Management Act 1997 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment, starting with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3169 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 3169 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. order. There being 13 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network. The question is that the Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheet 3020 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. I only heard one voice, Senator Lambie. Senator Pocock, you can't be voting from up there. Yeah, well, that is voting, Senator Pocock. I'll put it again. Senators, we have a long night ahead of us. I would ask that you pay attention. You need more than one voice to have a division. The question is that the Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheet 3020 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. Division required? Division required? The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to. Senator Pocock?
Noted for that one.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
For an Act to amend the Sydney Airport Demand Management Act 1997 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill of 2024. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that opposition amendments on sheet 3214 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. The question is that opposition amendments on sheet 3214 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. 28 ayes and 31 noes. The matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024 and two related bills. The question is that these bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Tax Imposition Bill 2024, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges, Consequential Provisions and Other Matters Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, circulated by the Government. I understand the Minister has a document to table.
I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, and I'd just like to thank Senator Hume for working with me on this.
Thank you. The question is that government amendments on sheet PC 126 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Tax Imposition Bill 2024, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges, Consequential Provisions and Other Matters Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment Responsible Buy Now, Pay Later and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the Capital Works Build to Rent Misuse Tax Bill 2024. I will first deal with the second reading amendments. Yes, Senator Austin.
President, I would ask for the bills to be voted on separately.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to split the bills. So the question is that the Treasury Laws... I'm advised that because of the order we agreed to earlier, the Minister needs to move the second reading. Minister.
Move that the bill be read a second time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Oh, beg your pardon. I'm putting the second reading amendment. So this is the amendment, the opposition's amendment on sheet 2756. So no, I've got 2756. I'll just call the clerk and we'll have a look. I'm advised that the hard copy says 2756. If you're happy for me to proceed.
The amendment.
Can we just confirm that they are the same thing?
Yeah, I'll get the clerk to read the amendment.
At the end of the motion, add, but the Senate calls on the government to align Australia's non-aggregated country-by-country reporting jurisdictions list with the EU list of non-cooperative jurisdictions and provide further detail on how jurisdictions will be listed or delisted from the non-aggregated country-by-country reporting jurisdictions list and how the Commissioner of Taxation's discretionary power to exempt entities from the country-by-country reporting regime will operate.
So the hard copy of this amendment is marked 2756 and we're in agreement that is the amendment we're dealing with now. So the question is that that amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that opposition amendment on sheet 2756 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint, I'll just wait a moment, Senator Cadell. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I can confirm that the Greens will be proceeding with this amendment, so I move the amendment number 322 on sheet 3223, which is the Greens' second reading amendment.
So thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is that the motion as the second reading amendment is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. So when lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment as circulated by the Australian Greens be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now call the clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment, Responsible Buy Now, Pay Later and Other Measures Bill 2024, Capital Works Bill to Rent Misuse Tax Bill 2024.
I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
Do indeed. I table two supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments to be moved to the Treasury Laws Amendment, Responsible Buy Now, Pay Later and Other Measures Bill 2024.
Thank you. So we're now dealing with sheet UD 108 number 2, which is items 14 and 15 of Schedule 1. It's a government amendment. So the first question is that Schedule 7 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say items 14 and 15 of Schedule 1 and Schedule 7 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that government amendments UD 10. So the question is that items 14 and 15 of Schedule 1 and Schedule 7 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart, Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The next question is that the remaining government amendment on sheet UD 108 and the amendments on sheet PC 122 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining government amendments on sheet UD 108 and the amendments on sheet PC 122 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, with the concurrence of the Senate, I shall incorporate in the Hansard a statement from the Chair of Committees, Senator McLaughlin, on the framing of government amendments to the bill. If there is no objection, it is so ordered. The Chair of Committees has ruled that the government amendments be dealt with as amendments rather than requests. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the opposition. As these amendments were not circulated within the required time frame, they can only be considered by leave. Are you seeking leave, Senator Ruston?
I'm seeking leave to move the amendments.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Ruston.
I move the amendments on sheet 2752 revised and 2753 revised.
So the question is that the amendments as moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 2752 revised and 2753 revised as moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Canavan, are you racing back to your seat to seek leave? Senator David Pocock.
Note my support for 2753.
Sure. Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Could I also seek leave to move amendments on sheet 3233?
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator
Okay, well,
Canavan.
I move my amendment on sheet 3233 as circulated.
So the question is that the motion as moved, the amendment as moved by Senator Canavan on sheet 3233 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Ring division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Canavan on sheet 3233 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Gicconi as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. Senator Kim, are you still going ahead with those amendments?
Thank you, President. No, I seek leave to withdraw the Australian Greens Committee of the Whole amendments.
I believe leave is granted, Senator McKim. So I'm assuming that is sheets 2727, 2730 and 2732.
That's correct, President.
Thank you. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. As these amendments were not circulated within the required time frame, they can only be considered by leave. Is Senator Roberts seeking leave? You need to dash over to your spot. Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move it.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Roberts.
I move the amendment on sheet 2836.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 2836 revised as moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Goodell as teller for the ayes and Senator Gicconi as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Yes, that is true. I'll just... Question is that, so the opposition have asked a while ago for the bills to be split, so I'm just going to find the bills. So it's Treasury Laws Amendment, Responsible Buy Now, Pay Later and Other Measures. So the remaining stages of that be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And the second bill... And the second bill, for the remaining stages of that bill to be put, which is the Capital Works Build to Rent Misuse Tax Bill of 2024, those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the Capital Works Build to Rent Misuse Tax Bill of 2024 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Gicconi as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment Responsible Buy Now, Pay Later and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the Capital Works Build to Rent Misuse Tax Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Crimes Amendment Strengthening the Criminal Justice Response to Sexual Violence Bill of 2024. When the bill was last considered, the Committee of the Whole had agreed to Government Amendments 1 to 8, 10 to 13 and 15 to 21 on sheet TM 121 and proposed item 24C in Amendment 9. I will now put the questions on the remaining amendments. The question is that Government Amendments 14 and the remainder of the Government Amendment 9 on sheet TM 121 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the opposition. So the question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 2942 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 2942 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Oh, sorry, Ciccone. Order. There being 27 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is negated. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that Senator Thorpe's amendments on sheet 2584 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Crimes Act 1914 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Family Law Amendment Bill 2024. I will first deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3099 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. No, there's no debate, Senator McKim. There's no debate. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3099 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to family law and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment, starting with the amendment circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
Thank you, President. I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Family Law Amendment Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny Bills Committee, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights and the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. And I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to this bill.
Thank you, Minister. The first question is that Schedule 3, Section 102BG in Item 31 and Division 2 of Part 5 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. The question now is that Government Amendments 1 to 25 and 28 to 35 on sheet QL114 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to family law and for related purposes.
I have received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024 and 2 related bills for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I move that these bills be now read a first time, and I table a revised explanatory memoranda relating to 2 of the bills.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister that the bills be now read a first time, be agreed to. Those of that opinion, the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024.
The bills will now be taken together with the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and a related bill. Prior to today, Senator David Pocock moved a second reading amendment relating to the Future Made in Australia 2024 bill and a related bill. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator David Pocock on sheet 2870 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The next question is that the second reading amendment circulated by Senator Van on sheet 2868 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. The question now is that these bills be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that these bills now be read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Giacone as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
In Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Bill No. 1, 2024.
Thank you. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, starting with the amendments circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has a document to table.
Thank you, President. I table supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments to the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments No. 1 Bill 2024.
Thank you. The question is that government amendments on sheet SK126 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. So the question... The question is that the government amendments on sheet SK 126 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. The first question is that clause 11A stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining Senator Pocock amendments on sheet 2872 and the amendments on sheet 2871, 2901 and 2997 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Van. The question is that clause 13 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining Senator Van amendments on sheet 2880 and 2881 and the amendments on sheet 2878 and 2879 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that Senator Thorpe amendments sheet 2906, 2907, 2930, 2931, 2932 and 3028 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments to the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments No. 1 Bill 2024, starting with the amendments circulated by the government. The question is that the government amendments on sheet SK 127 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that government amendments on sheet SK 127 revised be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is, Senator McKim.
It's just on indulgence, if I could just ask, it's my understanding that this amendment is identical in terms to the amendment that we've just passed on sheet SK 127. As they were both circulated within a couple of minutes of each other, this amendment by the Australian Greens and SK 127 by the government. If that is the case, then I will seek leave to withdraw this amendment, but I'd just like it confirmed, if possible, that it is identical in terms.
Thank you, Senator McKim, and we are talking about the Greens amendments on sheet 3232. I'll just check with the clerk. I am advised by the clerk that they do look identical to the clerk. If you're happy to proceed on that basis, Senator Kim.
I seek leave to withdraw the Australian Greens amendment.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator McKim. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that item 13 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those in favour say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Number 1 Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Universities Accord National Student Ombudsman Bill of 2024. I will first deal with the second reading amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that opposition amendment on sheet 3071 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Sorry? You're just recording. We're just recording the opposition's opposition to Senator Waters, were you seeking the call? No. Okay. Okay. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Ombudsman Act 1976 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the opposition. So the question is that opposition amendments on sheet 3027 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Ombudsman Act 1976 and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment, Fairer for Families and Farmers and Other Measures Bill 2024 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be read a... Oh, beg your pardon. Yes, could you record the opposition's opposition, please? I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the cessation of the Registries Modernisation Program, Information and Safety Standards, Housing Australia Industry Codes, Taxation, Corporations, Financial Services and Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers and for other purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 3229 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Ruston, record again. Thank you. If we can record the opposition, I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the cessation of the Registries Modernisation Program, Information and Safety Standards, Housing Australia, Industry Codes, Taxation, Corporations, Financial Services and Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers, and for other purposes.
I will now deal with the Superannuation Objective Bill 2023. I will deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 2863 be agreed to. The question, those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act relating to the objective of superannuation and for related purposes.
I shall now deal with Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 2507 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 2507 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock for the ayes and Senator Askew for the noes. Order. There being 5 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act relating to this objective of superannuation and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment Reserve Bank Reforms Bill 2023. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone for the ayes and Senator Askew for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to the Reserve Bank of Australia and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the Greens. The question is that in Schedule 1, items 2 and 4 to 6 and Part 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Yeah, have a look. Lock the doors. The question is that in Schedule 1, items 2 and 4 to 6 and Part 2 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Giacone as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 3231 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Giccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
To amend the law in relation to the Reserve Bank of Australia and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Customs Tariff Amendment Incorporation Proposals and Other Measures Bill 2024. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Communications Legislation Amendment Regional Broadcasting Continuity Bill of 2024. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2754 and 2755 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2754 and 2755 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Senator Payman, there's a count on. You should not be walking around. Order. There being 15 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Crown References Amendment Bill 2023. I will first deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the opposition amendments on sheet 2344 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 2261 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Okay. All right. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 2261 be agreed to. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2428 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Senator Ruston.
Oh, sorry, Senator Ruston.
Recorded.
Yes, thank you. Please record the opposition's opposition. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation so as to update certain references associated with the Crown and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2453 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Ruston, would you like to record your opposition? Thank you. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation so as to update certain references associated with the Crown and for related purposes.
Senator McLaughlin and I are just swapping out. So I'll just wait for Senator McLaughlin. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
From the top.
Yep. Yep.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Customs Amendment ASEAN Australia New Zealand Free Trade Area Second Protocol Implementation and Other Measures Bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time. For a first time. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Amendment Bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill now be read a first time. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Act 2010 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Act 2010 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment 2024 Tax and Other Measures No. 1 Bill 2024. The question is that this bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with amendments circulated by the opposition. Senator Ruston.
Deputy President, could I please withdraw Amendment 322 or sheet 3221, standing in the name of the opposition?
Sorry, I didn't. Is leave granted? Yes, it is. Is leave granted? Yes. This is 3221. Senator Ruston? It is. Senator Pocock?
Deputy President, I seek leave to withdraw sheet 3217.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I now put the question is now that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2024, first dealing with the second amendments circulated by the opposition. So this is on sheets 3163 and 3227. The question is that the opposition amendments on sheets 3163 and 3227 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Bring the bills 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the opposition amendments... No, I'll put the question, but I'll... Right. The question is that the opposition amendments on sheets 3163 and 3227 be agreed to. Those to the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Wendy. Honourable Senators, Clerk, can I have the result? It went out. 37 ayes. There being 37 ayes and 17 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Yes, Senator Shoebridge.
Could I just have the minutes record that because we wanted an efficient process, we didn't split those two, but the Greens do not support 3227.
Yes, it will be recorded that the Greens did not support 3227.
Thank you.
The question now is that the... Senator Pocock.
Please could I note my support for 3227?
All right, it is noted. All right, I'm about to put another question. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to privacy and the criminal law and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with amendments circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
Thank you. I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment to Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee and the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee, and I also table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to government amendments to be moved to this bill.
We come to sheet RZ 120. The question is that the government amendments on... Oh, sorry, Senator Ruston.
Could I ask that amendments on sheet RZ 120 be separated and put separately? Amendments 1 to 14 put separately to amendments 15 to 35.
So the chamber is aware I'll be splitting that question on sheet RZ 120. I'll be putting the first question that the government amendments on sheet RZ 120 1 to 14 be agreed to, and then I'll be going 15 to 35. Is everyone clear? I put the question that the government amendments on sheet RZ 120 1 to 14 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Next question. The question is that the government amendments on sheet RZ 120 15 to 35 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the government amendments on sheet RZ 120 15 to 35 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. There being 30 ayes and 26 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the opposition. We're coming to sheet 31442. The question is that Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. It's just a bit hard to know what you're doing when you're... I'm going to check. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the question is that Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. We're endorsed. Honourable Senators, there being 30 ayes and 26 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. This means that the opposition amendments on sheet 3144 cannot be moved, and we're now coming to the Australian Greens amendments. So we're now on sheets 3016, 3017 and 3018 in the name of the Australian Greens. I'm putting the question. The question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheets 3016 revised, 3017 revised and 3018 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheets 3016 revised, 3017 revised and 3018 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Yeah. Honourable Senators, there being 12 ayes and 22 noes, it's passed in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes. And Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Do you want me to start again? I'll just give you a moment to organise the whipping sheets.
How are you, Deputy President?
I'm going to put the question again. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Yeah, I'm voting. Honourable Senators, there being 31 ayes and 23 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Clerk.
The other order.
Oh, really?
A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to privacy and the criminal law and for related purposes.
Honourable Senators, I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the surveillance legislation confirmation of application Bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill now be read a first time. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to confirm the application of surveillance device and related legislation and for related purposes.
The question, Minister.
Sorry, I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the surveillance legislation confirmation of application Bill 2024.
Thank you, Minister. I intend to put the second reading question and the remaining parts of the bill. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to confirm the application of surveillance device and related legislation and for related purposes.
I will deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024. The question is that this bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Migration Amendment Bill 2024 and two other bills, starting with the second reading amendments. So we come to sheet 2619, standing in the name of One Nation. Turning to the second reading amendment circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation, the question is that the Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendment on sheet 2619 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. I did hear voices. Division required? Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendment on sheet 2619 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 3 ayes and 32 noes, it's passed in the negative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. This is sheet 2500. The question is that the Senator Thorpe amendment on sheet 2500 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Pocock.
Deputy President, I seek leave to withdraw amendments on sheet 2495.
And that leaves 3168, which you wish me to put to the Senate. The question is that Senator David Pocock's amendment or amendments on sheet 3168 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 3168 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 14 ayes and 24 noes, is passed in the negative. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. This is sheet 3228. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3228 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3228 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes, Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 12 ayes and 26 noes, it's passed in the negative. The question now is that these bills now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that these bills now be read a second time. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. Appointed as teller for the ayes, Senator Ciccone. Teller for the noes, Senator McKim. Honourable Senators, there being 25 ayes and 13 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Clerk.
Migration Amendment Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to the Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024, starting with amendments circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Migration Amendment Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee, and I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to the Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024.
We come to sheet SV 105. The question is that the government amendments on sheet SV 105 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the government amendments on sheet SV 105 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. Appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. There being 26 ayes and 12 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. This is sheet 2491. The question is that the Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendments on sheet 2491 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. This is sheet 2597. The first question is that in Schedule 1, items 2 and 4 and subsection 199C, subsection 5, and sections 199E, 199F and 199G in item 3 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. We now come to the second question. The question now is that the remaining Senator Thorpe amendments on sheets 2597 and 2605 and the amendments on sheets 2533, 2551, 2552, 2553, 2554, 2557 and 2596 be agreed to? Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. This is sheets 2494 and 2522. The first question is that the following stand as printed. In Schedule 1, subsection 199E2 in item 3. In Schedule 2, items 3 to 9. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The next question is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheets 2492, 2493, 2497, 2520, 2521, 2602, 2603 and 2604 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. I will deal now with Committee of the Whole amendments to the Migration Amendment Bill 2024, starting with the amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. So we're coming to sheet 3166. The first question is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheets 3166 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. We now come to sheet 3167. The question is that Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. We come to sheet 3177. The question is that items 6 to 9 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The next question is that the remaining Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 3177 and the amendments on sheets 3173, 3174, 3175 and 3176 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. I will now deal with Committee of the Whole amendments to the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in immigration detention facilities Bill 2024, circulated by Senator David Pocock. We're on sheet 3213. The question is that section 252BB in item 19 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. We now come to sheet 3213. The question is that the remaining Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 3213 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bills be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bills be agreed to and that the bills be now passed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes, and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there have been 26 ayes and 13 noes. It's resolved in the affirmative. Senators, that concludes consideration. Clerk.
Migration Amendment Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day, Online Safety Amendments, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Question to be put on the second reading amendments and the second reading immediately.
Honourable Senators, there are two second reading amendments. The first one is standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, and the second reading amendment, we are now on the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill. Senator McKim.
Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge, I understand from the clerk that we're now under a previous order. We're going straight into the questions to the second reading and then dropping into committee. So I have two second reading amendments, one standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young and then one standing in the name of Senator Roberts. I intend to put both those and then the substantive question. Put the question that the second reading amendments moved by Senator Hanson-Young be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division is required. Ring the bells. I'm going to give it 4 minutes. No, it's 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the second reading amendment standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. Appoint Senator Kim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there have been 14 ayes and 37 noes as passed in the negative. We now come to the second reading amendment standing in the name of Senator Roberts. I intend to put that question. Put the question that the second reading amendment standing in the name of Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division is required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the second reading amendment standing in the names of Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint the teller for the aye, Senator Roberts, and teller for the no, Senator Kovacic. There being 19 ayes and 34 noes, It's passed in the negative. I now intend to put the second reading question. I put the question that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair. Noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 34 ayes and 19 involved into committee.
I'll take over.
Thanks.
I've got my reading glasses on, so...
Just give me 15 minutes.
Oh, take your time.
Oh. Good. They're all Mickey's, I think.
In the nicest possible way, if senators could leave the chamber if they're not participating in this debate. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed, and before I go to you, Senator Canavan, I will go to the Minister. Minister.
I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to government amendments to be moved to the bill.
Excellent.
To move the amendment, the government amendment 1 to 8, sheet SY115 by leave together.
Being no objection to that, that is so moved. Minister.
Keeping Australians safe online is a top priority for the Albanese government, and we are focused on positive solutions to issues of national concern, and the issues of harms to children and young people from social media is right up at the top of that list. So these amendments provide additional privacy-enhancing measures in Part 4A to the Online Safety Act 2021 Online Safety Act. Now, in practical terms, these amendments mean that no Australian will be forced to use government identification, including digital ID, for age assurance on social media. This will give Australians confidence regarding the impact of the social media minimum age obligation on their personal information. And it does this through supplementary amendments. The first is a new Section 63DA. This provides for the Minister for Communications to make legislative rules to exclude certain types of information being collected and used by platforms for the purposes of the minimum age obligation. A breach of this provision gives rise to significant penalties. The rule-making power enhances the privacy of users and their information. It gives the Minister the discretion to prohibit the collection of specified kinds of information subject to advice from both the E-Safety Commissioner and Information Commissioner. This is an important change and will ensure the legislation continues to meet community expectations as technology evolves. Now, this is complemented by a new Section 63DB. This new section provides that platforms must not collect identification issued by government or require the use of an accredited service within the meaning of Section 9 of the Digital ID Act 2024 as the only means of age assurance to comply with the minimum age obligation. To promote user choice and an inclusive set of assurance options, age-restricted social media platforms will only be able to use government-issued identification or accredited services under the Digital ID Act 2024 information or material if other alternative age assurance methods have been provided to users. Additionally, the bill expands on Australia's privacy framework by giving the Information Commissioner oversight over the privacy-related aspects of the minimum age obligation. The Office of the Australian Information Commissioner is best placed to ensure that privacy provisions are administered consistently and robustly. Finally, any breaches of these proposed amendments give rise to significant penalties. A maximum of 30,000 civil penalty units, currently equivalent to $9.9 million, or 150,000 penalty units, currently equivalent to $49.5 million if the provider is a body corporate. The penalty amounts are intentionally large. This reflects the important privacy implications of the provisions. It also sends a strong signal to social media platforms: treat Australians' privacy seriously. Now, Australia has consistently paved the way in global online safety. These supplementary amendments will strengthen the already robust and strong privacy arrangements included in the original bill.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Coalition supports these amendments. We are pleased to say we have been involved in constructive negotiations with the government to strengthen the bill. One of the major issues we sought changes on related to privacy. This is a very important issue, and we provided the proposed changes to the government, which of course have now been incorporated into this amendment. We are very pleased that the government has accepted our changes, which, as I say, are reflected in the government's amendments. The new provisions make it clear that people cannot be compelled to provide digital ID or government-issued identity documents such as driver's licences or passports under this legislation. This has now, due to the hard work of the Coalition, this has now been explicitly prohibited. There was a second important change as well regarding strengthening ministerial oversight. Following our negotiations with the government, changes will be made so that the Communications Minister will be able to make rules specifying information which social media platforms are not able to collect in order to comply with the legislation. What this means is that this will enable the Minister to make rules to ensure that guidelines issued under the legislation are appropriate and proportionate to the objectives of the law. These are both very significant changes which materially strengthen the bill, and we do, of course, thank the government for agreeing to make these changes. The Coalition has, of course, led the charge on this bill, and we know, of course, what has driven this, Chair. What has driven is the very profound mental health concerns that so many young people are suffering as a result of social media. We know there is widespread concern and evidence about the severe mental health impact of social media on children. We've seen very disturbing global trends in youth mental health since the rise of social media, especially for girls. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, there has been a more than threefold increase in the rate of intentional self-harm hospitalisations for girls under 14 from 2008-9 through to 2022-23. In recent years, there have also been very large increases in the rate of mental health issues amongst children and young people. As a 2022 independent report on self-harm commissioned by Australia's Therapeutic Goods Association noted, there have been very large increases in all intentional self-poisonings in older children, adolescents worldwide over the recent decade. We know, and particularly for the parents of the children who have tragically taken their own lives, we know that passing this bill right now is absolutely critical.
Order. Order.
I want to just, I do have a question for you, Minister, but I just want to reflect on the bravery of parents who've spoken out about the importance of this bill. Parents like Matt and Kelly Howard, the parents of Charlotte O'Brien, with whom I met a couple of weeks ago. When I met with them, all I could say was there are no words after the tragedy that they have suffered. Charlotte took her life in September after suffering systemic bullying, in part caused by social media. And her message to her mum and dad was that she wanted them to raise awareness about what she had endured, and she wanted to see change. And I cannot tell you how humbling it is to meet with parents like Matt and Kelly and listen to their story and listen to their mission. And as I say, I think it is absolutely incumbent on this Parliament to do the right thing. I want to particularly also commend both the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, who has led the charge on this. I'm pleased that the government has caught up, but Mr Dutton and the Shadow Minister for Communications, Mr Coleman, have really led the charge on behalf of the Coalition. We have heard the cries of families who are suffering, and we cannot continue to allow this to happen any longer. So to the Minister, does the government believe this legislation will force the tech giants to actually use their technology to help identify and remove underage kids? We're very cognizant, of course, that TikTok removed 76 million underage children from their platform around the world. 1 million young Australians here in Australia, of course. And so could you just provide the confirmation in relation to that, please? Thanks.
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Henderson, and I should indicate that the government has been grateful for the willingness of the opposition to constructively engage in some of the ways that we might improve this bill. We have similarly been grateful to those senators who participated in the Senate inquiry, and many of them are here in the chamber this evening, and we're grateful too for the many Australians who have spoken out about this issue, either in the context of the Senate's inquiries or in the broader public debate. Senator Henderson, you spoke about some of the harms that you've observed in your interactions with families and with parents. And I think for many of us, this is a common experience in our interactions with parents and also with teachers, because parents are deeply distressed about some of the material that their children are exposed to online. They are uncertain about how to navigate the peer pressure that children experience from their friends and peers at school and at sport to be in these social media environments, and they are looking for support from government to help them navigate these questions. These were not questions, and I think it's safe to betray my age here. These were not questions that were relevant questions when I was growing up. These were not relevant questions. There were other difficult questions for me to navigate as a young person, but this was not one of them. And parents, I think, are finding it very difficult. In my home state of New South Wales, the ban on mobile phones in schools has made a significant difference to the behaviour of children in schools and the way that children socially are interacting at school. It is clear that while technology has brought really significant benefits, it's also bringing non-trivial harms for children as well. We are confident that there are technological solutions available to us, Senator. You cited the example of TikTok. It's been much canvassed. That platform was able to identify by their own public statements a very large number of underage users on their platform and remove them. That did not require access to government documentation. It was based on information already available to that platform. The amendment that we are presently considering is actually based on that foundational understanding of the state of the technology. It may be that in some instances, social media platforms choose to offer an option to users to provide government documentation. But what this amendment ensures is that that will not be able to be the only means, the only choice offered to a potential user. What this amendment seeks to do is in fact ensure that on every occasion when a person is asked to engage in an age assurance process, they have a choice. And it enlivens the obligations on technology companies to utilise the technology capabilities that they already possess to undertake this work and to make sure these platforms are safe and that people are using them in an appropriate way.
Senator Rennick, sorry, did beat you, Senator Lambie. Senator Rennick has the call.
So, you just said that taking mobile phones off children at school has been very, very successful. The question I have is, why can't you take mobile phones off children when they're at home? We take the phones off our children in the bedroom. We take them off the phone during the weekdays. They're allowed to have the mobile phone or the devices on the weekend, but you know that's in between sporting requirements. Me forcing them to take the dog for the walk, you know, the mother telling them to get out there on the trampoline, go gardening, whatever. So I'm confused as to why we can't have some good old-fashioned parental supervision. Whatever happened to the role of the family, the role of the parents in the family? And I've been advocating for years the need to have a parent to stay at home while you're raising your children, and I stayed at home for 4 years. I don't want to turn this into a saying women should stay at home. I've never said that, because Dad should stay at home more often. And indeed, I was just talking to Senator Hanson-Young yesterday. She's saying how she fought to have children in the chamber. And what a great thing that is. What a great thing that is. So, yet again, we've got another example of whereby the government thinks it can solve a problem. And, you know, I know Senator Henderson said before there's things like anorexia and, you know, children are subjected to these things on the internet, and that's fair enough, they are, but these things have always been around. Kate Moss, you know, she was being criticised back in the 1990s. I mean, I well remember Karen Carpenter, who died from anorexia, I'm not sure in the late 70s or early 80s. So we always have to deal with issues with our children, and the important thing is that they have close parental supervision so that you can detect if something's going on. Now, the other thing is, and I've raised this before, but it's worth raising again, is that you can have software that monitors your children's activity. We do that already. We monitor our children, and it is effective because we do have a middle child that loves to get up at about 3 o'clock on a Sunday morning, and the only way we can bust him is to actually, he sneaks the iPad into his room. He's terrible. So yet again, like, what guarantees do we have here that this is actually going to be effective? Because I think you'll find that children are very good at getting around laws, and what guarantees are we going to have that this is going to stop bullying? We can't stop bullying. This won't stop bullying per se. You know, what will stop bullying per se is, again, having a parent keeping a close eye on the children while they're growing up, and being in touch with your children, so if they are being bullied, you're aware of it. And I'll note the question, you know, a question raised the other day about VPNs. 33% of people in this country use VPNs, and I suspect most of that 33% are probably under 40, because most people over 40 probably wouldn't even know what a VPN is. And that's so virtual private network, and that's where effectively, you know, and the reply from the government was, in estimates, was that, well, we're going to get the social media companies to track the person if they have a VPN through geo-tracking. So here we've got, again, Big Brother surveillance coming in and, you know, watching every little thing we do, you know, every breath you take. So, you know, what is it, every time we come down here, I feel like we're just holding the line, and we're not even doing that when it comes to government overreach and surveillance and command and control. So my question to you is, Minister, why is it that parents can't be encouraged to keep the devices from their children? You've just quoted an example of taking mobile phones off children in the schools, which is a good idea. Why can't that same very simple principle be applied in this situation when it comes to children having a social media account and monitoring that way?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for the question, Senator Rennick. Perhaps I can say this, Senator. We've been really clear, and actually many of the people participating in this debate, including the opposition leader, to be fair, have been very clear that this is not the only thing that we would advocate to support families in relation to some of these challenging questions, and nor do we expect this intervention to be a silver bullet. However, what we do hear from parents is that this is very significant, and they are looking for assistance because they are not receiving the support that they expect should be available to them from the platforms themselves. And so one of the key features of the design of this bill, Senator, is that it really puts the onus on the platforms, not on the parents and not on the kids. We want platforms to simply take reasonable steps to ensure that users under the minimum age can't create or hold an account. Now, I think, based on the tenor of your questioning and your contribution just now, Senator, that you would accept the harms that are associated with excessive time online, at the very least, and it may be that you accept the harms associated with exposure to some of the more challenging features of social media. You know, in the United States, the Australian Psychological Association, for example, if you look at the evidence, found significant links between excessive social media use and poor sleep quality and poor mental health outcomes. And in particular, they pointed to the use of algorithms and the influence of those algorithms and, frankly, the near addictive nature of some of those algorithms because they increase the likelihood of exposing young people to content that is inappropriate or negatively influential, such as glorifying eating disorders, glorifying self-harm, or exposing young people to extremist content. I think it would be a matter of agreement across this chamber that those things are not acceptable and are not good for our kids. And it's why this bill, it's why this bill is being brought to this place. I said to you earlier in my contribution that the onus is on the platforms, not on the parents. Just for clarity, there aren't any penalties for Australians who gain access to an age-restricted social platform, and there aren't any penalties for parents or educators who provide that access. It's impossible, and we accept this, for governments to completely stop young people from accessing harmful products or content. But we can help. We can help by asking the social media companies to play their role. And one of the things that we hear, and it was discussed, as I understand it, at the hearing that took place into this bill, is the significance of setting norms, because the bill will set clear parameters and norms for our society and assist ensuring the right outcomes.
Minister, Senator Canavan's on his feet.
Relevance. The government and the opposition conspired to gag this debate tonight, and the minister's taken up about half the time, which I think was set aside for other senators who did not get an opportunity in the second reading debate to put some points of views. The minister is repetitively going over points that have been raised already in the second reading debate by government ministers. And so on the grounds of repetition, Chair, and with the limited time we have, I would ask if we could be succinct and give all senators the respect of an opportunity to contribute to this very important debate.
I think the minister is in order, but I'm sure the minister is aware of the different views of the chamber. Senator Henderson, I was going to go to Senator Lambie. Well, I've said I've actually made a ruling on that, Senator Henderson. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Minister, I just wanted to know what algorithm changes have you told the social media companies to make? What algorithm changes have you told them to make?
Minister.
Thanks for the question, Senator Lambie. And as I indicated in my response to Senator Rennick, we are not asserting that this bill represents all of the work that is needed to engage. And one of the things that Minister Rowland has been very clear about is that she intends to legislate a duty of care. And that goes to some of those questions around safety by design and the way that the algorithms work, not just to affect, frankly, users under 16, but to affect all users of platforms of this kind. That's work that she has indicated she intends to undertake. But this is also important, Senator. Can I just indicate to Senator Canavan, who made a set of points about his desire, I imagine, and his expectation that other senators wish to contribute. That's perfectly fine, and I'm happy to try and keep my remarks as brief as possible. I was just now seeking to answer the question put to me by Senator Rennick. If senators direct questions to me, I do intend to answer them. I understand that sometimes in committee stage senators wish to make a more general contribution, and it's fine as well.
Senator Lambie, and then I'll come to you, Senator Roberts.
So there's no duty of care so far because this doesn't enact until 12 months, so we haven't worked out what the duty of care is. We haven't worked out what the rules are. So what about the data? Have you told them to destroy our data as soon as they receive it, the social media companies, or you haven't actually made that rule yet either?
I was going to call the Minister, Senator Canavan, or do you want sorry.
Well, would you prefer that I don't answer the questions? I mean, it's challenging, Senator. I've been asked a question.
Minister.
Senator Lambie, the bill contains really explicit requirements for the data that is collected in relation to age assurance, what it may be used for, and requirements for it to be destroyed. That is in the legislation.
Senator Lambie, yes.
Order. All I asked was, are the social media companies destroying that data when they have finished with it? It's simple, yes or no.
I can't direct the minister. Senator Hanson, please. I can't direct the minister as to how they can answer the question. I'll make sure the minister is aware of the question. I call the minister.
Senator Lambie, until the legislation passes, the privacy arrangements that are in the ledge are not in place. Social media companies are subject to some of Australia's privacy provisions, but the legislation actually establishes a higher standard in relation to the uses that may be used of information that is provided to these companies as part of meeting the requirements in this bill, and it also requires for the destruction of such data.
Senator Cameron, so I was going to go to Senator Roberts, and then I will go to Senator Canavan, who I did say some time ago I would go to. So Senator Roberts, then Senator Canavan. Senator Hanson-Young, I'm just trying to make sure that it gets around the chamber. Are you seeking the call at all in relation to these amendments, or can I come to you after these other two senators?
Well, this is a time-limited debate.
I know, so I'm just trying to spread the time.
I will want some time, yes.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. My remarks are directed to the Minister, but also to people listening at home and to the Senate, and also to researchers and historians who will look back on this vote today in an attempt to understand what the hell the Senate was thinking. The amendment the government circulated, no doubt with the approval of the Liberal Party, answers that question. The Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024, can act to force every Australian to be the subject of a digital ID in the name of keeping the children safe. And that's what my question is about, Minister. The committee accepted widespread public concern the bill was designed to force everyone to get a digital ID and promised to include an amendment to specifically rule that out. This government amendment, SY 115, that you've moved, new provision 63DB1, excludes the use of government-issued identification or use of a digital ID. Great. Except 63DB2 provides that if social media platforms can come up with an alternative means of assessing age that does not involve digital ID or government documents, then they can, wait for it, accept a digital ID identification. In effect, this amendment specifies a social media platform cannot use digital ID by itself, but it can use digital ID as part of a more comprehensive verification. There's no need to guess what that could be. This bill contains the answer: age assurance software. The company which has been awarded the tender for the age assurance trial is a British company called Age Check Certification Scheme, whose main business is the provision of digital IDs backed by age assurance software. TikTok has used age assurance software to remove 1 million underage accounts from TikTok in Australia. The software can tell if a person is, for instance, under 12. That's useful. The smaller the gap between the user and the target age, 16 in this case, the less accurate it is. This software can't tell age within 6 months, and there's no way of knowing the person turned 16 on the day of their application. You just can't tell that from a face scan. Accessing social media on your 16th birthday, and most likely for months afterwards, will require a second identifier containing that child's facial scan and their date of birth, which is a digital ID, which this company specialises in. You're setting them up. I've criticised this bill as an opportunistic attempt to capitalise on the public desire for better regulation of social media to force all Australians to get a digital ID. I'll say that again. I've criticised this bill repeatedly, as have others, as an opportunistic attempt to capitalise on the public desire for better regulation of social media to force all Australians to get a digital ID. This amendment requires a change in my language, which is now, this bill is an opportunistic attempt to require every child, once they turn 16, to get a digital ID if they want to access social media. What age does the government's digital ID start from? 16. What a coincidence! This wasn't the intention all along. That's misinformation. This amendment actually exposes the original intention of the bill. Your amendment exposes the original intention of the bill, which was hidden in what looked like a poorly drafted bill. It wasn't poorly drafted. It was deliberately dishonest, and the short committee referral, which the government fought against, has exposed the deceit. The truth is now out there, and the decision before the Senate is a simple one. A vote for this bill is a vote to require every child to get a digital ID on their 16th birthday. Compulsory digital IDs aside, there are many other reasons to not pass this bill. I will now share with the Senate and with posterity the words of Australia's Human Rights Commission on the bill. One Nation fully supports the Commission's position, which deserves to be included in the Hansard record of the debate. I'll quote, "Social media is a vital platform for young people to share their ideas and opinions, engage in dialogue and participate in social and cultural activities. It can be a valuable educational tool by providing access to diverse perspectives, new and learning opportunities, as well as vital information about health, well-being and safety. A blanket ban risks unjustly curtailing these freedoms. Social media is integral to modern communication and socialisation. Excluding young people from these platforms may isolate them from their peers and limit their ability to access much-needed information and support. This is particularly important for young people from marginalised, vulnerable or remote communities. The social media ban will rely on effective age assurance processes." This is their words, Human Rights Commission. "The social media ban will rely on effective age assurance processes being adopted, which means that all Australians may be required to prove their identity in order to access social media. This may potentially require all Australians to provide social media companies, all Australians, to provide social media companies with sensitive identity information which poses a risk to our privacy rights in light of recent examples of data breaches and personal information being stolen. Technical workarounds, such as VPNs and false age declarations, may undermine the effectiveness of the ban. Additionally, a ban will not address the root cause of online risk or make the platform safer for everyone." End of quote. The workarounds to this measure have not received enough debate. The bill carves out gaming sites, many of which have a chat feature. Children will move over to chat rooms and gaming sites which are not supervised. TOR, and more accurately onion routing, will provide another avenue for communication which is designed to make supervision exponentially harder than mainstream social media platforms. I have advice from a leading internet security company that peer-to-peer social media is making a comeback, which again is harder for parents to supervise than current social media platforms. As a result of this legislation, children will be exposed to more harm, not less. I had a call from a constituent. It's not often Senator Hanson-Young tells me I'm right. I had a call from a constituent a moment ago who called their local Liberal Member of Parliament about this bill and was told, "Oh, it's okay, you can just sign up for your children." With age assurance software, that will not work. With digital ID connected to age assurance software, the social media platform will know what you're doing. Don't be telling people it's nothing, you can defeat it. You can still talk to granddad on Facebook. You won't be able to. Children may be able to use VPNs, virtual private networks, and the new PPNs, personal private networks to appear to be in another country. That really won't work either. The keystroke logging that accompanies the age assurance software will assume someone pretending to be in Canada but interacting with Australian accounts is probably using a VPN. Minister, why did you say that this won't lead to digital ID, but your amendment says exactly that?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate the many pieces of advice I've had about how I might answer questions, but I'll answer the questions in the way that I think is most appropriate to give Australians the information that I think is necessary in relation to the bill. So thanks for all of the free advice, but I'll just answer the questions. Senator Roberts, I think, foundationally misunderstands the amendment that's before him. The amendment specifically seeks to set up the circumstances where a platform may not require a person to provide a government form of identification, including identification within the meaning of Section 9 of the Digital ID Act, as the only means of assuring age. The platforms must provide another opportunity, and it's to deal with the concern you raise and others have raised, Senator, which is that you do not believe that it ought to be compulsory for such material to be provided for the purposes of age assurance. That is precisely what the amendment before you seeks to do.
Senator Canberra.
Very much, Chair. Well, look, I think from the debate it's very clear that we are not sure yet whether this hasty, blunt attempt will do anything to reduce the social harms to children of social media. But what we do know for sure is that we have successfully disillusioned a whole generation of Australians with Australian politics. A whole generation of Australians have watched this saga, this sordid saga over the past week play out and be completely disillusioned with their democratic process that they should have an involvement in, that we've completely denied them their voice. I mean, maybe we've scheduled the debate for 10:30 p.m. on the last day of school because we know that all the people that will be impacted by this ban will be at bed. It's past their bedtime. They can't even watch it. They haven't been able to have a process through the Senate inquiry. We had 15,000 submissions in 24 hours, and we had an inquiry of 3 hours the day after. And nobody, of course, could read anything but a fraction of those submissions. Only less than 1% of them were published on the website before the report. This is an absolute outrage and a stitch-up of grand proportions. And I don't think it's going to work. And I don't have time tonight because I want to let other senators speak. I don't think it is going to work. I know that the stitch-up is in, so I am going to try and make the bill better. I am going to try and fix the issue that Senator Roberts logically pointed out there. Why are we letting digital ID be a means of identification at all? It's not used at the moment at all, really. It's not in widespread use. So why don't we just rule that out right now? If it's something that comes into use in years to come, we can always change the law. There's a review built into this law in 2 years' time. We can do it then. If we were serious about responding to the concerns about digital ID, let's just get rid of it, and my amendment would do that. I've also think, why is it that we've got this bill that seeks to, we say, the minister says, to help parents, and the word parent is not mentioned at all in the bill? There's not a single mention of the word parent in this bill. Why? Why? Why aren't we helping parents rather than try to replace them? That's what this bill tries to do. It tries to set up a nanny state where we think here in Canberra that we can pass this law and all look how great we are, pat ourselves on the back, how we've saved the world, when it won't do that and it won't help at all. Parents use their own agency, their own interaction with their children to use social media responsibly. So I have an amendment which would allow some children to continue to use social media with parental approval. It's based on the law in Florida that's just gone through. Our inquiry barely looked at that law. It went through after an actual process. It got vetoed by the governor in the first instance. It went back to the Congress in Florida, and they've improved it. That's the way a democracy should work. But we've just completely rode roughshod over that through this hasty process, truncated process this week. I have another amendment that would seek to narrow the definition here. There's a ridiculous definition in this bill which captures basically any app that enables interaction between two or more people, which is basically everything you do on the internet. It's going to cover apps like Strava. For bike riding, it's going to cover apps like Deputy that are used for people who work. 14-year-olds can get a job, but they can't have social media, apparently. Now, I know the minister's going to say that, oh, we'll exempt them and we'll do all this, but why? Why create this uncertainty when, again, the Florida law has a much more targeted definition which focuses the law on apps which cause social harm? That's what we should be focused on here. Now, I don't have the time to go through the others in detail. I want to let other senators have their turn. But I do come back to the point that a whole generation has been activated by this process. There is a silver lining here, perhaps. Right now, a guy called Mr. Anthony Kaloof is running a live stream of our broadcast here. He has 38,000 people watching. The official YouTube channel of Parliament has 800. He's got 38,000 young people absolutely pissed off with this Parliament right now watching. They are totally angry, and those people are going to grow up. And they're going to keep voting. And I think there's going to be a lot of change coming to our Parliament in years to come if we keep ignoring those people like we are tonight.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. And what a sham this is. And this is a piece of legislation that does not do what the government or the Leader of the Opposition propose that it does. It doesn't make social media safer. It doesn't make children and young people safer online. It's a sham, but the whole process has been a sham. Rushed through, limited inquiry, 3 hours of inquiry, no ability for the bureaucrats to actually answer questions properly, all under the guise that this was urgent and needed to be done, but it doesn't even take place for another 12 months. I tell you what this is about. This is about the pretense that parents over the summer holidays can tell their kids it's illegal to be on your phone. It's illegal to be on social media. Get off it. The Prime Minister says, the Leader of the Opposition says, the Parliament says it's illegal, kids. Not my fault, I'll take it away. It doesn't actually make social media safer for young people. And that's the devastating thing about this. Because we know that there are families who are struggling with this. We know there are young people who are struggling with their body image, their connection with their community, their peers. Young people who are finding themselves addicted to these dangerous algorithms. But this bill doesn't do any of that. This bill does none of that. All this bill does is gives the government and Peter Dutton the illusion, the fig leaf, to pretend that they've given parents some certainty. That you can say, look, kids, it's illegal. This is a rubbish bill. It has no substance, and it doesn't even take place for another 12 months. This bill is so weak, is such a veneer. It's to make old people, oldies, adults, feel like they've done something. It's a false sense of security. It's also obvious that the people who have drafted and fought for the particular elements of this bill actually have no idea how young people engage with the internet. Absolutely no idea. I mean, it's almost embarrassing. I mean, this is boomers trying to tell young people how the internet should work. That's what this bill is. Boomers trying to tell teenagers and young people how the internet should work, to make themselves feel better. We've got Australian artists in this country who have only been discovered because young people have found them on YouTube, have engaged with their music, their creativity. This is going to put an axe through Australian creatives. Government hasn't even thought about that. The opposition leader hasn't even thought about that. The consequences of this bill are going to reach far further than this government and this parliament has been able to uncover. It is being rushed through. It hasn't been considered properly. It's not even going to take place for 12 months. There is no excuse for doing it in this way, except for the desperation that the Prime Minister had to match the dare that the Leader of the Opposition put, which was get it in place before Christmas. It's pathetic. It's a headline. It doesn't do what they say it will do. It creates a more unsafe culture and platform and environment, and will have unintended consequences. I can't fathom who in either the Leader of the Opposition's office, who's advising him, and who is advising the government to understand that this was a good idea to rush through. The Leader of the Opposition called the Prime Minister's bluff and he blinked. Silly, silly, silly. This is a piece of legislation that says boomers want to control what young people access online. They don't even know how it works. It's pathetic.
Senator Antic.
Look, we are running out of time, which is the most regrettable part of this entire situation. And I mean, we all of us here had a lot to say about this bill because it's so complicated. One of the issues we've got is that this required a deep, fulsome look, and we actually got this bill introduced into the House, I think this time last week, Thursday of last week. It was then put through to a committee hearing on the Monday, and then the report was delivered 2 days ago, and here we are, which is an extraordinary sequence of events for something that is highly, highly complicated. And we've just heard Senator Hanson-Young quite rightly say that we don't know what the long-term effect of all of these on various platforms is. We don't know because it keeps evolving. This time last week, we were told Snapchat was out and YouTube was in terms of the ban. So, I mean, how far we've come in a week, you know, it's extraordinary. And I mean, look, we all hear the stories about bullying. We all hear and have a lot of concern about those. We don't want to discount those concerns by any stretch, but we are in the process in this chamber tonight, of throwing the proverbial baby out with the bathwater, because we've heard the Human Rights Commission, we've heard commentators and others from across the country tell us about the thing that we're not talking about, which is the value of social media to kids. Commissioner Finlay from the Human Rights Commission wrote an article in the paper this week stating very clearly and very correctly that in fact there are lots of instances where children benefit greatly from social media, including, but not limited to, instances of social isolation, of the tyranny of distance, and sometimes even with learning difficulties and so forth. So this just has not been considered enough, and the fact that we're standing here now rushing with 10 minutes to go when we couldn't, many of us couldn't even make proper contributions to a second reading debate, is a disgrace. So we cannot, and Senator Canavan's absolutely right with what does this message say to the children of this country when we have spent all day talking about ourselves in this building, by the way, as we do all the time, and we've crammed this critical legislation into making senators juggle between ministerial answers which are being filibustered. I mean, this is just not the way to conduct a democracy, and I think we're much the poorer for it. So I'm going to cut to the chase because I think we still do have other senators. I think we do. Look, let's be very clear about this. We don't know if this is going to work, and we don't know if it will have any impact on the problem they're trying to solve here. If you want to see some of the most egregious abuse you'll ever see online, go online to a Call of Duty game and listen to the kids going at each other, talking about people's... It's exempt. Quite right, it's exempt. So who's thought of that one, Minister? Who's taken that into account, and who ultimately is going to take responsibility when this goes the way of the Hindenburg, which it will, because it is a disaster waiting to happen? The Prime Minister and the Minister for Communications have boasted that the passing of this bill will make Australia a world leader in online safety. Well, they're wrong. because if this bill passes, we won't be leading the world in online safety. We'll be leading ourselves and those naive enough to follow us down the road to further digital authoritarianism, as outlined by Senator Roberts today. My fear is that when we finish tonight, we will have put another brick in the wall of a social credit style system in this country and let everybody look back on tonight as a night of shame.
Just hold on, Senator Babette, you have the call. Please put his microphone on. Senator Babette.
Thank you. End of the day, like I was saying, the most important thing that we should all be thinking about and talking about in here is to affirm that parental responsibility rests in the hands of parents, not in the federal government. And I would have thought that was a very simple statement, but apparently it's not. Apparently the government has to be our daddy now. And I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that the Labor Party, along with the Liberal Party, have come together to take away parental rights, parental response, in my opinion, is shameful. It's shameful. The fact that we are now in a position in this country where the government is so big, so unwieldy, so, in my opinion, authoritarian-leaning, that it's making decisions for parents is just wrong. We didn't even get a chance to properly debate this bill. We didn't even get a chance, not even a chance. Look, mums and dads are the best people to raise their children as they see fit. It's their right, it's their responsibility. The government's determination to do the job of parents by this blanket ban of under 16s, it undermines that primacy of these parents. Like I said before, it's not the state's role to go around telling 16-year-old and under what they can and they can't do. Can you have friends on TikTok? No, the government's going to decide for you. Can you see your family photos on Instagram? The government's going to decide that for you. Can you get the news off Elon Musk's X platform? The government is going to decide that for you. It's wrong. It's wrong. Decisions are for parents. It's an intrusion of the state. For that reason, obviously, I'm not going to support this bill. I don't agree with it at all, And like Senator Antic mentioned before, it is another brick in the wall of an authoritarian digital tyranny that most people can't even see is being built around them right now. In my opinion, this bill's got nothing to do with kids. Like Senator Canavan said, parents doesn't even appear in the bill at all. It's about building that digital prison. It's about age verification for everybody in the country. Now, we all know, whether the minister will admit it or not, that digital ID is the foundation of a coming social credit type system, combined with digital currency. In the future, you are enabling a system right now where the government will be able to control every single facet of your life and what you do online. We are slowly creeping towards this totalitarian state. Very slowly creeping towards it, but it is happening. It is happening. At the end of the day, this bill is obviously ill-conceived. We're spending money on this. We're going to spend time on this. It is going to be a failure of a bill. If you really wanted to protect kids, if you wanted to protect them, what you would say is, let's put some programs together where we can help parents, where we can teach parents, empower parents to make better decisions for their own children. Because at the end of the day, parental responsibility rests with parents, not with the government. Even though you've all come together, or most of you have come together to rush this bill through, I want the record to show, I want history to show that Senator Ralph Babette from the United Australia Party was against this bill and he'll vote against it.
6 minutes, unless Senator Colbeck wished to speak. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Canavan. I'll keep it
quick because I know that you might have some more things that you want to say. If you want an example of how not to legislate something that is important and of moment to our community, have a look at this piece of legislation. Have a look at this piece of legislation. Arrived in the Parliament last Thursday, 4 hours into Senate inquiry on Monday night, and we're expected to pass it with effectively very little debate in this place. And quite frankly, the legislation deserved a proper parliamentary process, and this government shows its disrespect for the Parliament and also for the Australian community by trying to shove it through in the way that it has. As many across the chamber, and I'm surprised to see some of the coalition, if you like, that's opposing this legislation, have said, it really hasn't had the work that needs to be done. This is a genuinely important issue for our community. A genuinely important issue for our community. I don't diminish for a moment the pain and anguish that people have felt through the impact on their children and their families through online bullying. I don't diminish that for a moment. I feel it. I've been close to families who've seen it, as we most likely all have. But this is not the way to deal with this. This is not the way that a parliament properly deals with a matter of this moment. The concept of excluding a huge swathe of our community from a form of communication just does not sit well with me. Just does not sit well with me. Now, I respect my colleagues, I respect the arguments that are being made by those who want to do something, and clearly we should be doing something. But this is not the way to do it. This is not the way to do it. And in that circumstance, I cannot vote for this legislation. It should not be rammed through in the way that it is. This Parliament, it doesn't come into place until 2026, and so the government should do the Parliament and our community the respect of looking at this process properly so we can make sure we can come up with something that will work, will support our families and support our communities, and try and do something to mitigate the problems that are there. But I fear that this is not it.
Senator Canavan.
Just ask a simple practical question of the Minister before we wrap this up. I've got a real-world example that's come to me of a child, 15-year-old child in a basketball team who communicates over Facebook Messenger with their coach and teammates. Will that person be able to continue to do that even if they have their parental approval once this legislation comes into effect?
Minister.
I'm advised that messaging and gaming are not intended to be covered by the purpose of the bill, and I have not finished speaking, in fact, Chair.
Yeah, let her speak. Let her speak.
And in the minutes available, I'll say this. I read this quote from a parent involved in the Safe on Social group, and she said this: "What I've seen in the past 12 months alone has made it impossible for me to remain on the sidelines. For every mother sobbing on the phone or emailing me because her child has been humiliated or manipulated, there's another parent in despair because they don't know how to stop the chaos. I can no longer ignore that what we've been doing simply isn't working. Education alone is not enough."
Senator Canavan.
Just to clarify, as I was trying to point out with a limited time, you need a Facebook account to use Facebook Messenger. So how will that work?
Minister.
Look, the advice that I have is that these carve-outs will be able to be effective in relation to messaging products.
Senator Canavan,
thank you very much. Just in the final 20 seconds, I know, as I say, this live stream, I mentioned, up to 45,000 people watching now. They're obviously very disappointed with the process this place has gone through. I think it's not the finest hour for our Senate to guillotine a debate of this nature, of this importance to so many Australians. There was no need for this rush. Absolutely no need for it. We could have done this next year. Could have still had the start date that's intended. It's a real shame. It's a shame that we've got to this state in the Australian Senate.
The time has expired. Senators, order. Senators, pursuant to the order agreed to earlier today, the time for consideration on the remaining stages of the bill. So we come to sheet SY115, in the name of the government. The question is that the government amendments on sheet SY115 be agreed to. Those to the question say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. We're on sheet 3201. The question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 3201 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. This is sheets 3205, 3206 and 3207. The question is... Oh, yes. So different on 3205. Does any other senator want me to separate the questions? I'll be putting the two questions then. The first will be on 3205 and then a second question in relation to 3206 and 3207. I put the question that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 3205 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. The division required? Ring the bells. It'll have to be for 4 minutes. The question for the committee is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 3205 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 19 ayes and 34 noes, it's passed in the negative. I'll now put the second question on Senator David Pocock's amendments. The question is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheets 3206 and 3207 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Canavan. So we come to sheet 3181. The question is that item 6, Schedule 1, stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Do you want a division? Division required. 1 minute bells. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that item 6 in Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair. Noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Canavan as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 35 ayes and 19 noes, it's resulted in the affirmative. We now come to the question. Can I have some order to my right, please? The question is that the remaining Senator Canavan amendments on sheet 3181 and the amendments on sheets 3180, 3181, 3183, 3195, 3215 and 3261 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that the remaining Senator Canavan amendments on sheet 3181 and the amendments on sheet 3180, 3181, 3183, 3195, 3215 and 3216 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Canavan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes.
Yes, that's the I was briefly with, but that was a long time ago now. That's before yes, yes, it was only a few minutes while Barry Sullivan was in New York. But I haven't got any more time.
Honourable Senators, there being 19 ayes and 35 noes, it's passed in the negative. Pursuant to order, I will report the bill. Honourable Senators, the committee has considered the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024 and agreed to it with amendments. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. Appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 34 ayes and 19 noes, it's passed in the resolved in the affirmative. Clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
Senator Grogan.
Yep.
Can I have some order, please? There's still some Senate proceedings to be undertaken.
On behalf of the chairs of respective committees, I table reports and documents listed at item 16 on the dynamic red.
The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to bills with amendments and returns a bill without amendments. The details will be published in the Senate journals. Minister.
Thank you. I table a replacement explanatory statement for the National Anti-Corruption Commission Regulations 2023.
Minister.
Thank you, and this will be the best news for everybody here this evening. I move that the Senate at its rising adjourn till Tuesday the 4th of February 2025 at midday, or I'm very happy to be bringing you this good news, or such other time as may be fixed by the President, or in the event of the President being unavailable by the Deputy President, and that the time of meeting so determined shall be notified to each senator, that leave of absence be granted to every member of the Senate from the end of the sitting today to the day on which the Senate next meets, and that the Senate do now adjourn.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye, against no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Tuesday, 4th February 2025 at 12 noon. Happy Christmas and Hogmanay.